Where you are? How are you? On a felony are. You look very handsome today. I'm gonna see if he's on. They made it to the calendar this morning. I waste my time being here. Right here, I'm looking at it.
Good morning, everybody. All rise and raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Buenos días, por favor, levántense y levanten su mano derecha.
Thank you, voice.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say I do. I do.
Juran que van a decir que lo que van a decir es la verdad, nada más que la verdad.
Now, let's swear the interpreter, please.
Good morning, Madam Interpreter. Do you swear that you will well and faithfully interpret from English to Spanish, Spanish to English the questions asked and the answers given to the best of your ability, and that you have such a...
Yes, I do. For the record, my name is Zoila Martinez, certified court interpreter.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. And I'm gonna
My-
ask you if you, oh my God, we still have legal. Mr. Steckel, see what this says? This is a legal pen.
They still have those?
And if you open a drawer here, you're gonna find
I
things.
thought those were illegal. They were outlawed under the, under Clinton. We went from,
Okay, let me ask the state to announce your appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ana Romas on behalf of the state for out-of-state extraditions.
Good morning. What is the last name?
Romes, R-O-M-E-S.
Thank you.
Nessa
morning.
Beth on behalf of the state. Good morning, Judge.
Nice to see you.
Nice.
And for the defense, Ms.
Rebecca.
Corey.
Corey, Assistant Public Defender, good morning. Good to see you, Judge.
Good to see you. Okay, and our for extradition is Detective. Okay, and our clerks today are? Madam Clerk, what is your name? Ashley.
Eric Kennedy.
Eric Benedy. Good morning, and I'm Judge Cardone. I'll be presiding over this case, this calendar this morning. First, we're gonna do the extraditions, and then we go on to the felonies, and has the video been played on the constitutional rights? Corrections, do you play the?
Yes,
video?
Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'm glad we're still doing that. State versus Thompson is a quash, I believe.
No, it's a new case.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thompson. Okay. Is Thompson here or is he on video?
She's coming in, Judge, one moment.
Thank you. Yes, Thompson. Ms. Thompson, you have a warrant from the state of California, Alameda County. It has a no bond because of the nature of the underlying charge. It's a violation of probation. You have two choices. You can either agree to an extradition, in which case they must pick you up in 15 days, or you get set free and then you have to go to California on your own. You can contest the extradition. It will take at least, or it could take as long as 3 months. Do you know what you want to do?
Yeah, I had a flight today anyways.
Well, you're not taking that flight. Do you want to know what you want to do on this case?
So basically, what is it? Oh. Can you repeat the options one more time?
Corey, can you assist the court on this?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Where was she arrested at the port?
Yeah.
Yeah. No?
Your Honor, I'm sure Ms. Curry is advising her, but when she comes back, if you could let her know that California does have 30 days to pick her up.
You know why? Because they're so far.
Because they have 30 days under the statute. Judge Glazer sets it for 15 days to get them here quicker, but under the statute, they have 30 days.
Okay, thank you very much. I did not know that. Ms. Corey, let her know that, if you would, please.
I'll waive it.
Okay, you're waiving, and therefore, I am going to reschedule it for a 15-day calendar, and that date is June 2nd. The case will print out again, and I hope that they do come and pick you up before then. In the meantime, if you can get hold of a lawyer over there or a public defender in California, maybe the judge will be willing to set a bond, and then it will be reset here. Good luck to you. Next case, Anderson, Raheem Anderson. Okay, Quash, and the next case, Adriana Butler. Also a Quash. That's a Quash, and the next case is Jose Cantres. And the next case is Yasser Hernandez. Speak English, Mr. Hernandez, on the video.
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Yes, good morning, sir. Your charge, or you
Good
have?
morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
It's local for set for May 20th.
Okay.
For me set for May 21st.
Okay, so you have already waived extradition, so you have the locals May 20th. We're gonna print your extradition on May 21. Are they misdemeanors, or do you know?
It's a felony.
Okay. All right, if it gets resolved, the time begins to run from May 21 then, if it gets resolved on May 20th. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Darwin Maldonado. Maldonado is on video. Do you speak English, sir?
Your Honor, I apologize for Mr. Hernandez. He has two cases. He has a felony case is being seen on June 17th.
Okay, but the earlier one is May 20th, correct?
That's the traffic.
Do you want me to set it for the 21st? Yeah, let's leave it for the 21st, but thank you for letting me know. Have a nice, okay.
Thank you.
Maldonado, do you speak English, Mr. Maldonado?
Señor Maldonado, ¿habla inglés?
Sí, pero prefiero con intérprete.
Yes, but I prefer interpreter.
Sir, you have a warrant and,
He previously waived.
okay,
He's got misdemeanor both. He's ready to start extradition.
okay. The detective tells me that he has already waived extradition, so the time begins to run now and it goes to June 2nd, June 2nd.
Ok, señor, usted ha renunciado a la extradición, así que la próxima vez va a ser junio 2.
No, he didn't renounce extradition, he had accepted extradition.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I misunderstood. Usted aceptó la extradición, así que la próxima vez acá es junio 2.
Okay, any questions, sir? Only about the...
Sí. Yo
¿Tiene
firmé
alguna pregunta?
Sí, yo firmé para la extradición. Entonces, ¿sería el junio 2 que vendrían por mí o tengo otra corte?
No, before... Okay, I understood him. Please tell him that report on June 2nd, hopefully he will be picked up before June 2nd.
Esperemos que antes de junio 2, señor, lo hayan recogido ya. Junio 2 vendremos a ver si ya lo recogieron o no.
Muchísimas gracias y que tengan un buen día.
Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you, have a good day. The last case is Julio Forner. Julio Forner.
Your Honor, he's here at Metro West. He's not here yet. If you want to just pass him for a second.
1 second or 5 seconds?
5.
1, 2.
We're just resetting the previously waived. The next 4 days is August 7th. We'd like to reset for August 8th.
August 1? Okay. Do me a favor.
Yeah, August 7th.
No, it's gonna be reset for August the 8th because the date for the case, the underlying, whatever is the local is the 7th. So this case will be reset for August the 8th. Okay, when he comes, I'll tell him and we'll go from there. Let me try to get the in-state. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. One case. I can go home after this? How nice. And in this case, it is public defenders appointed on these cases, male heir.
Pretrial detention center, is he here, correction?
Not sure. But Your Honor, on this gentleman okay, so he has a Lee County with a $6,000 bond, but he also has a fugitive from Georgia.
Georgia.
That didn't print out on the calendar. I'm not sure why, but the one for Lee County did.
Do you have a number on the Lee County and on the Georgia case at all?
Yes, it's a warrant. It's case
But-
25.
Your Honor, Mr. Earp was on the fugitive calendar yesterday, and his fugitive warrant, which is F-25-494, was reset for May 19th for after his next court date on the locals.
Yeah, the locals, it was closed on yesterday. So
Oh,
yeah, that's why this one came up as a reset. So it's either gonna be Lee County picking them up or Georgia. Just to advise the detective for extradition.
Okay, when he comes up, then we'll deal with it. This is Mr. Fornes. Mr. Fornes, your case is going to come up on May. Do you speak English, sir?
Yes, sir. No.
Yes, you have locals and they are coming up, I believe, on August the 7th. So I'm setting your case for report August the 8th, okay?
Okay.
Okay, you have a good day because you have previously waived. So we'll see you here on this calendar, August the 8th. And then the time begins to run from them. So let me know when Mr. Arp is here. I'm putting that to the side. And we're gonna start the felony calendar. And did you tell corrections about the two defendants that there are two counsel here?
You on the way to one that you told me about.
1 minute. 1, 2, 3. Take your time. Okay, we need to do paperwork shuffles here.
Your Honor, what's the first defendant we're starting with? I'm sorry.
And the women, I guess. Sylvia.
The first one will be Richard Bates.
Yeah, we're gonna have to pass him for a second and then we're gonna go into Baptiste.
738. Eastwood.
Metro Sylvia. Sylvia Metro. Roundtree.
Okay.
Yeah.
First defendant will be.
The women.
Okay, but do start with Baptiste, is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor. Mr. Baptiste will be present in front of the court in a minute.
What page is he on?
Okay, number 1, the Office of the Public Defender is appointed as to all cases. I will read the arrest form if there's any, if there
He's
are,
on page 4, State.
Thank you.
if there are any charges that you do not want me to read, please let me know when you waive the reading. On this case, Mr. Baptiste is present before the court. You're charged with attempted second-degree murder, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, and unlawful discharge of a weapon and tampering with physical evidence.
The judge, it should be attempted second-degree murder with a firearm. The state filed a motion for pretrial detention. As to counts 4 and 5, I'm sorry, as to counts. Yeah, counts 4 and 5, I don't think there's probable cause. It should just be one kind of felon in possession. And then I think there's PC on the other 2 counts.
I find probable cause count 1 is a no bond. Which is the attempted second-degree murder. And that the title does not say firearm, but you're saying that it is with a firearm.
Correct.
Possession of a firearm Okay, that's count one, and count two is no bond. Count three is possession of, what is the bond on count three? The one,
7,500 is the standard.
count three is 7,500. What is the state's position on count four and five?
ROR.
ROR only on count four, ROR only on count five. Tampering with physical evidence, count six is, what's the bond on that?
It's charged as a third degree felony, 2,500.
And count seven is
Standard bond is 500.
500. Do you have pretrial detention is granted, and is there a stay away order from the victims here?
I believe I prepared one, but it's a big calendar. Victims' names are Curvins, Lalani, and other.
I have it. Okay, Mr. Baptiste, please listen to me carefully. You are to have absolutely no contact, either directly or indirectly, with FNU Baltimore or Curvins Lalan. No contact means you can't call them, you cannot text them, you cannot have any communications in writing or electronically. If you do, you are violating this court order, and it will be another violation of the law. Do you understand the no contact order?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
And just for the record, we're going to be invoking Mr. Baptiste's right to counsel and his right to remain silent.
All right, anything else on Baptiste, state,
No, Judge.
defense? And who's the judge on this case?
It is Judge Jean.
Okay, so you will be before Judge Jean tomorrow. Like I said, Monday. Okay. Okay, the next case that we have is, what happened to my cases? You stole them again.
Your Honor, I have Mr. Jason. I guess he has a private attorney.
What page corrections?
Page 14.
Jason? Is that the first name or the last?
The first name, sorry.
It's okay.
Wait, we're gonna get you ready. If you need 5 minutes, let's take 5 minutes. I want you to be happy.
Cruzeta corrections?
Jason?
Yes, that's him.
Mr. Cruzetta is present, promoting his attorney who is logging in now.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning. You have a private attorney, and I'm waiting for a minute for the arrest.
Can you hear me, Judge?
Yes, I can use.
Good morning, Giancarlo Casanova on behalf of Mr. Cruzeta. Good morning, State.
Good morning.
I got to tell you guys, I did send a courtesy email to the felony request trying to get an A form, and I tried looking on CJIS. There's nothing that I can kind of look at for a fact pattern. So if someone can maybe share an A form, that'd be great.
Is that something you can do, please?
No, it's gotta be the clerk, or Miss Corey.
Yeah, I did ask the clerk for their courtesy copy. I don't know if Miss Curry can kind of forward one to me. That'd be excellent. I can put my email in the chat.
Okay.
I can do it. Just give me a moment.
I appreciate it. I'm putting the email now. All right, perfect. I put the email address in the chat, guys. I'll be on mute.
Your Honor, you want to pass him till he reads the A form?
Well, let me look at the A form and State, is this gonna be a stay away order case?
You know what? It should be, but I don't think I have the victim's name. So no.
Do you speak English, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Well, on this case, the charge is a scheme to organize scheme to defraud, theft from an elderly, identification fraud, communications of fraud, and his priors are older, but that's part of it because he was in prison for 3 years in 18. What is the state's request on bond?
This is pretty awful, Judge. The allegations are that there was a phone call placed to the victim, saying that the victim needed to pay almost $9,000 to get her son out of jail. And then a Lyft driver comes and picks up that money, and she discovers that her son isn't in jail, that this was a scam, and that she was a victim. The defendant does have a pretty significant criminal history. If Your Honor would give me a moment, I can see when he was released from prison.
It would have been released sometime 2021.
2021, so he did 3 years, it looks like, for drug trafficking. State's requesting no less than a $25,000 bond with Nebbia.
Did you get the arrest form, counsel?
I don't have it, but I'm listening. Let me see if I'm.
Sending in a moment, Judge. It has to go through our security scanners, which sometimes takes a while from here.
Judge, I did think I heard the amount of 9,000. I don't think that amount should trigger the Nebbia. We're okay with the standard bond. He's not a flight risk. This is not a violent crime. Mr. Cruzetta is going to be represented by counsel at every stage. So we would just ask for standard bonds on these, Judge.
Sounds violent as to you, but maybe it was violent as to the mother who thought her son was arrested.
Well, I don't think this is categorized as a violent crime. We don't know what role Mr. Cruzetta had. I don't know if he's the one that made the phone call, if he's a Lyft driver. There's no information into what is his role in this entire thing. It sounds like it's a multi-person.
Do you want to read the arrest form and I'll put it on the side for a couple of minutes?
Yeah, please, let's do that. Yes, ma'am.
You should have it now.
Okay, just give me 5 minutes, and if I can remain as a panelist, I'll just inform the court as soon as I'm done.
And the other cases with private counsel, Mr. Stecco, which is your case? I don't know if corrections has him.
I'm on page 14. His name is.
Is that Mr. Mena?
Yeah.
English or Spanish?
Mr. Mena, Your Honor?
He's present. He speaks English.
What page is Mena on?
On 14.
Okay, tell me what you want me to do. I don't want you to be annoyed. I just showed up to here this morning.
And does Mr. King have stay away orders? I have enough orders like that. All the paperwork, how will we?
Okay. How much time do you need? Eric. Eric, how much time do you need? About 10 minutes. Would you mind coming back in 10 minutes?
It's right here.
Yeah, I know, but I want you to get organized and calm down, please.
Come back in 10 minutes.
Look, I can take 10 minutes if you'd like me to, yeah.
Okay, we'll recess and come back in 10 minutes.
Oh, sorry. I'll see where we are.
Your case is Mena, right? Okay, this defendant is on, no, but I'm just,
Yeah, he's on probation.
yeah. Okay, so tell me, when we're ready, what is my name? I'm sorry.
You might be able to say
For pre-trial. Thank you.
Yeah, to your waiver of extradition. I'm sorry, so here, I left it on top of the. Like you said, it's after the waiver, especially for the one case.
So I don't cover it in the eight.
Okay, we're back, and if we're on the record, counsel is here before Mena, it's Mr. Mena for the court.
This is correct, Mena?
Yes.
Oh, wait, do you speak English?
Yes.
Okay. Your counsel is here, Mr. Stecco. I don't know if he can see you from that
I can see
podium.
him.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know if he can see.
Judge, also the alleged victim is present. I promoted him to a panelist in case he wanted to address the court.
Oh, okay. Do they want to be promoted? I don't know. Dan,
Mr. Del, do you want to talk to the judge?
what is the last name of the person?
Del Rio.
Well, those might be family members that are signing on.
Okay, and how do I put this person?
There, sorry, can you hear us? You there?
Yeah, good morning, Your Honor. I can hear you guys.
You want to talk to the judge?
We're just basically asking for a stowaway order, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, first of all, counsel, Mr. Stecco, you have filed a notice of appearance on Mr. Mena for the court.
I'm filing a notice of appearance at this time, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Mena.
Thank you. And public defender is at this time discharged, and you've had a chance to look at the arrest form.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Opportunity to do that.
You're welcome. Okay.
Calling, sending, threatening text messages to the victims who repossessed his car, his Rolls Royce.
Okay, what is the standard? He is on probation. Case number 20-10574.
Judge, let me cut to the chase. Yes, he's on probation. He's in front of probation in front of Judge Delancey. So yes, he's going to have to before Judge Delancey to deal with the probation issue. However, my only argument for you today is solely on the new case. And my argument to the court is why there should be a finding. No, he's going to go back before Judge Delancey no matter what, just predicated upon the arrest. But I don't believe that there's any PC for these charges, and let me explain to you why. Apparently what happens is that, although it's a long A form, okay, what the A form essentially says, if you break it down to a common denominator, that a tow truck, okay, and I have copies, everything that took place in this case was videotaped because there were security cameras outside the home where that car was. A tow truck with no visible identifying markings. If you would like to see it, I have it there. In other words, there's no commercial indication that the tow truck was there to commit perform a commercial transaction. It looks like could have just easily been a theft. A tow truck with no markings whatsoever on the side pulls up in front of a house and goes onto private property and tows away a Rolls Royce. Okay, as the Rolls Royce is being towed away, an individual who apparently is completely naked and was asleep inside the house, as he hears the commotion, runs out to the car, stops the tow truck driver, and at some point was able to go into the car, retrieve, I guess, some personal belongings, and then they tow away the car. That's the entire incident to take place. Apparently then, the gravamen of what's before you is that allegedly, over the course of the next 2 days or so, a variety of phone calls and text messages were made to one or two people who may have been inside that vehicle to say, you shouldn't have towed the car, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they were allegedly threatening, which apparently is the basis for the aggravated stalking. However, number one, there is no, according to the A form, there was no ID, there was no numeric ID tying back to Mr. Mena. That's number one. The only basis for the identification that he is even the person that made the calls or sent the text message, not because there's any caller ID, is because they claim that a tow truck driver who was a complete stranger, one or two, to Mr. Akeem Mena, who was in that car for what, a minute or two when he took the car, and Mr. Mena said, I want to get my stuff out of the car. Based upon that, he was able to make a voice ID, and based upon that, that is the whole basis for the charge.
Okay, let me hear the state. What is the connection between?
Sure. So the victims were able to identify the defendant based upon their previous interaction from him. Also, the text messages, it makes sense that it came from him because they're all related to the victims towing the defendant's car, which they did.
Your Honor, if I may just add something else. The defendant also sent a video in which he's driving a Bentley car that's also up for repossession. And you could clearly see him in the rearview mirror. You also see the distinguishing marks that he has in his hands. And multiple of the calls were from the individual where he's basically making
I'm sorry, who's talking? I don't even know who's just talking.
Right, that's the alleged victim though, but I think, Judge, from the four corners of the affidavit, there is probable cause and counsel is free to challenge the idea at a later time.
I do find probable cause on the stalking, aggravated, and.
Your Honor, can I just say one more thing? One more thing? All of these text messages allegedly claim my car, my car, my car. Nowhere in the A form does it say that the car belongs to my client, and based upon my information and belief, it does not belong to him. It's registered to somebody else.
Take that up with Judge Lancy. What is the bond on this case?
Standard bonds. F3s with force or violence are 5,000, without is 2,500, but there were threats that were made.
$500 bond, and there is a probation hold.
Each count, Judge?
Case number F20-10574. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to give you a very strict no contact order. You are to have absolutely no contact whatsoever, either directly or through anybody else, with Jorge Del Rio or Jorge Zuniga. No contact means you can't call them, you can't text them, you can't write to them either in person or regular writing or electronically. Do you understand the extent of the no contact order?
Yes, ma'am. One question. The guy on the camera, he stated to me that he was an officer.
Listen to me.
Don't say anything. Don't say anything.
Whatever you say will be held against you, and you have a very good lawyer. He's here, and we'll print out on Judge Lancy on Monday. Anything else on this case, State?
No, thank you for coming in, Mr. Del Rio.
You beat me to the punch. I was asking if you could ask the clerk to print this out on Monday before Judge Delancey. Will?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Nice to see you. Have a nice
What
weekend.
is your case?
Superlano, it's 31 yard.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, what was the bond and is there a hold?
Yes, sir. Yes, there are two counts. They're full.
So the bond is?
Hold on a second. Well, I need him anyways. Oh. Call him on the phone, tell him his phone is here. Mr. Wait. There are two counts here. State, are you requesting $2,500 on each count or?
Yes, because there's two victims.
Okay, count one is $2,500, count two is $2,500, and it will print out on Monday.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you for the phone part.
You're welcome, man.
Okay, what is the last name of your defendant, please?
Superlano. Miguel Superlano.
Okay, and is he before the court? Okay, I have it. It's page 9. Corrections, do you have this case?
No, Your Honor, I was not aware. Can we please pass?
Okay, let's just pass.
He's
it.
here, Judge, he's here. Spanish interpreter, please.
Ok, un momento.
On his behalf, Your Honor.
El abogado se encuentra, su abogado se encuentra en la sala.
Gracias.
This is from August
Thank you.
last year.
Esto es de agosto del año pasado.
Your Honor, he also has 3 domestic violence cases. He'll be going to DV next.
Él también tiene, dice, correcciones, 3 casos de violencia doméstica que va a ir a violencia doméstica después que termine aquí.
Charges, so let's just,
What it is, and I'll give you the forms. There are charges that go back November 15, November 22nd, I'm sorry, November 15, November 28th, December 5, and November 22nd. So I'm gonna hand you the corrections. Can we pass it a minute so counsel can read the arrest form, please?
Van a pasar el caso para que el abogado pueda leer. Está mencionando, tiene de noviembre 15, noviembre 28, diciembre 5 y 22.
Your Honor, can I just ask you a question? During our hearing, somebody was testifying.
The victim or
And
somebody.
I'm just saying, I couldn't hear him identify who he was.
It was Jorge Del Rio.
I just need if the clerk maybe at the end, I know you're busy with other things.
Yeah.
They could just tell me who that person is because he was not put under oath, and I don't know if he's one of the victims or he's somebody else. I don't know who that person was.
Okay, fine. And Ms. F, who was?
Right, it was one of the alleged victims by the name of Jorge Del Rio.
Jorge what?
Del Rio.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so Marcelo Chimirre. Marcelo Chimirre, is that a private attorney? Do you have Marcelo Chimirri? Okay,
Number
why
36 on the calendar, page 11.
page 11? Do we have a private attorney on this? Is anybody here on Chimirri?
I think he's here because he needs to go to jail, Raymond. He does not have a private counsel, Judge. Mr. Chamiri is present before the court.
Thank you. Do you speak English, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
It's a habitual traffic offender, public defender is appointed. And in this case,
Does Your Honor want to do pretrial with a no drive order, and then he can go to jail arraignment and deal with those misdemeanors?
what's the date of how long has his license been habitually suspended since 2010, or has he ever had a driver's license since then?
He's got issues with his license also in it looks like Collier County. There was, he may be on probation, it looks like, for the same thing, if Your Honor would give me a second.
Okay, what is the bond on the charge?
2,500, but I'd like to see whether or not he's on probation.
Did you
So,
finish with the?
Judge, 1 second.
And then-
Right, he's on probation until 2028. Also related to NHTO, if Your Honor would just set a bond.
Okay, what is the probation number, please?
It's out of Collier County, so there's no hold, but I think a bond is appropriate given that he's on probation in another county.
Sir, you have a $2,500 bond. You cannot drive. You're driving, you're gonna get arrested, you're gonna get a prison sentence, so you choose what you do. But $2,500 bond and good luck to you. Now, let me go back to the case of Mr.
Superlano.
Thank you. If I put my glasses on, it helps, right? Superlano, and the attorney is here. Do we have the defendant before the court again, or no? Superlano? Supelano, S-U-P-E, page 9, S-U-P-E-L-A-N-O.
Spanish, please.
Yes.
Defender's point, I'm sorry, the public defender is discharged. Counsel is present before the court. Have you filed a notice of appearance?
I have not filed the notice of appearance, Your Honor. I got retained late.
Okay, but you are going to file.
I represented him on the underlying misdemeanor, which
El abogado está en la sala, no ha puesto su notificación de que lo está representando en este caso, pero lo va a representar y el defensor público se lo han quitado.
TV on that, Your Honor, and the case had been closed. So I think that the stay away order, the original stay order that they're saying he violated, shouldn't have been in effect.
Su señoría, yo creo de que el caso está cerrado, dice su abogado, que la orden de alejamiento que tenía estaba cerrada y que supuestamente usted no desobedeció ninguna orden.
It looks like that case was no prost. Right, that case was no prost in August.
El caso fue quitado en agosto.
Is there any new case after the 24-14950?
I'm trying to see if there's anything that happened
Su señoría está
before
preguntando a ver si algo ha pasado después de ese caso.
August, and it doesn't look like it, but let me just check it out.
La fiscal está mirando.
They're saying everything occurred, but all the contact occurred after the case was closed, Your Honor. So I think that the charging agency inadvertently read the statute incorrectly.
Parece que la agencia que le acusó, que le puso esto, estaba leyendo incorrectamente.
No, I understand. And I would just, in an abundance of caution, issue a new stay away order so that he does not contact her and does not create any problems until we get this resolved.
yo, su señoría, pusiera una orden, renovar una orden de alejamiento para que no contacte a esa persona hasta que este caso se resuelva.
What's the name of the, or initials of the victim if you have it? Can I have a no contact blank order?
There should be a whole bunch of DV stay orders, Judge. Victim's initials are TM.
Mr.
N es las iniciales de la supuesta víctima y hay varias órdenes.
Sir, you are to have no contact with the victim whose name is Talita Martinez. No contact means you can't talk to her, you can't call her, you cannot write her a letter, you cannot send her an email, you cannot do it directly or indirectly. Do you understand the extent of the no contact order?
Entonces, señor, aquí se le está imponiendo que usted no puede tener ningún contacto con Talita Martínez. Usted no puede, señor, contactarla de ninguna forma, llamarla, escribirle, mandarle mensajes por correo electrónico, directo o indirecto, no recados. ¿Usted entendió la extensión de la orden de alejamiento? Señor?
Sí.
Yes.
Sí, señor. Señora.
Yes, madam.
Judge, if the court order wasn't in effect at the time the defendant was contacting the victim, it would be stalking rather than aggravated stalking. And most likely, the state's going to file just on one case.
Entonces, si estaba el señor, en vez de ser un acecho con agravante, sería un acecho solamente.
Okay. In the meantime, stay away from her, sir, please. And anything else, counsel?
I have nothing else for the court, Your Honor. And be excused.
Mientras tanto, señor, señor no puede tener contacto con ella.
So just the bond for misdemeanor stalking, I believe, is $500.
Correct. I'm doing ROR.
There's probable cause for stalking, just not aggravated stalking.
Right now, I am going to do ROR in these cases.
La fiscal está diciendo, I'm sorry, can the interpreter interpret, please? Señor, la fiscal está arguyendo de que le pusiera la fianza para un delito menor de acecho es $500 y su señoría está diciendo que no, que lo va a dejar salir bajo su palabra. La fiscal reitera de que hay motivos fundados para acecho, no con acecho con agravante, pero acecho.
If charges are filed, and I know you know, there may be a requirement for a bond and or other release conditions. But right now, based on what I'm reading and what I read, it's ROR. Okay.
It's overstates objection.
Your Honor.
La fiscal está objetando y su señoría dice que si los cargos hubieran sido puestos, pero en este momento ella, según lo que ha oído y ha leído, va a poner lo que lo dejen salir bajo su palabra.
Is the court finding PC though?
I have found PC, but it appears that if you're telling me that the original order has already expired, then I don't know why he gets arrested on things that happened after it expired.
Because he's stalking her, it's just not aggravated.
Entonces está preguntándole a la fiscal que si hay motivo, que si su señoría encuentra motivos fundados. Su señoría dice que sí, pero que según lo que la fiscalía también ha dicho, la orden de alejamiento original se ha vencido y que no sabe por qué se han puesto esto si estaba vencida.
Okay.
Your Honor, it's ROR on all 4 cases?
Correct.
Thank you.
Entonces, los 4 casos lo dejan salir bajo su palabra. Your Honor, I believe that there is an interpreter that is going to replace me. I don't know if she's...
Okay. Thank you. The next case I have...
Me retiro. Gracias.
Okay.
The next court.
George Miles, public defender, is appointed.
Judge, I think there's a private attorney here on that case.
Which case did you call, Judge?
George Miles, M-I-L-E.
That's number 32 on the calendar, and that's private attorney Michelle Virtue.
She's on the waiting room, but she cannot get in as a panelist, Judge. She just texted me because she saw that I had been on, and she's asking if we can make her a panelist.
What is the name of the attorney?
Michelle Borchu, or it may say Borchu Law, one of the two.
And Ms. Corey or Ms. F, can you help me with this?
She
Because
should be joining now, Judge, I think.
I
There she
appreciate.
is.
Great. Okay, Ms. Borsha, good morning. How are you?
I'm wonderful, Judge. Good morning. Michelle Borchu on his behalf.
Okay, and counsel is present, the are you representing this defendant?
I am, Judge, yes.
Okay, and in this case, the public defender is discharged, and do you have the arrest form?
I do, Judge. I had the opportunity to review it and to speak to his family. I just wanted to give Your Honor some background information about him. The address where this incident occurred is not where he resides. He resides at 1824 Northwest 5th Place with his grandmother and his aunt. The house where this search occurred belongs to another person. The child in the house was not his child. It's actually a brother of his. And the drugs were found in a room that he was not in that house. So I would be asking, understanding that the dust will have to settle on this. It looks like the police were doing some type of background investigation, which I'm not privy to. I'm just going to be asking, in light of him being 19 years old and the financial burden being on his family rather than him, that bond be set on count 1, 10,000, count 2, 10,000, count 3, 10,000, and then counts 4 through 6, 5,000.
Is that?
So Judge, I do have the detective present. He is not able to turn on his camera because he does undercover work. Detective Ballinger, would you like to address the judge?
Yes, Judge, good morning.
Yes.
Sworn in, please.
Good morning, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say I do.
I do.
Go ahead.
Judge, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Judge, I'm just gonna have to respectfully disagree with the defense. I do have information and evidence that reveals that the defendant does live at 1862 Northwest 5th Place, and there was evidence found in the room that is believed to be his, along with his clothing and other gang paraphernalia, that the defendant is a gang member and a part of a gang in the Overtown area. It was also learned during the investigation that the defendant was selling these narcotics, and as a result, money, approximately 17 was seized from a dresser that is belonged to the defendant. His identification was also found in that home. The firearm that was found in a dresser in the room that the defendant and his little brother shares was the defendant also can be seen carrying that firearm on an earlier date. Judge, because the defendant is a known gang member, carries firearms, although he's an adjudicated.
You're on mute. I think the word.
Counsel, do you have any questions of the detective at this time?
The detective's got to unmute, though.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I wasn't finished. I think I got. Hello.
Yeah.
I'm asking the lawyer. I have enough information at this time. Counsel, do you have any questions of the detective at this time?
Judge, the only question that I would have for him would be pertaining to, as I stated, the drugs that were found in the home were not in the room where this defendant was found. They were in a different room. I believe it was just the firearm that is alleged to have been in the room, but not on his person.
Okay, state, what is the standard bond on count 1, please?
So the standard bonds on counts 1 through 3 are 15,000.
The interpreters have just switched out, and the new interpreters asking.
Okay, I need for you to either contact the state or the public defender. They can do this very quickly. I cannot. So if you can help counsel as you always do, and I appreciate it, to let people in and out. I have enough to do on it's a mess. Count one, what is the standard bond on these?
So Judge, the standard bonds on counts 1 through 3 are $15,000, but the state's requesting a bond plus house arrest level 2.
Okay, I find probable cause $15,000 on count one, $15,000 on count two, $15,000 in count three, plus house arrest. And is the state requesting, I see here a Nebia hearing or no, or am I making that up?
The detectives here, but I think a Nebia is appropriate in that it appears that he's posting advertisements for the sale of promethazine. They recovered promethazine as well as money.
What is the standard bond on count four, please?
7,500.
Count four is 7,500. Count five.
The standard bond is also 7,500.
With suspected marijuana is 7,500. Count six, child abuse with great bodily harm.
So it's neglect with no great bodily harm. Standard's 2,500.
Count six, the bond is 2,500. Okay, I think that's all the counts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Anything else for the state?
So Your Honor's doing house arrest. Is it level 2?
Level two, no, I'm sorry, house arrest. I'm gonna do the highest level. I think it's level 1.
Okay.
Judge,
Okay.
the only objection I have to house arrest is everyone's alleging he lives in this home, and now we're asking that he be confined to this home. So I'd be requesting that he be given level 3 so he can move around and find another place to live. So he at least won't be staying at the home where everyone's alleging he's trafficking drugs.
Okay, level 1 at residence other than the address where he was arrested. There's no family here, so if he makes the bond, he needs to be living somewhere other than at the address of the arrest, which is 1862 Northwest 5 Place. So he needs to live where? Other arrest address. Anything else for the defense?
Just that I'm objecting to him being disallowed to reside at the address of the incident. There's no victim at the address.
The council just said he doesn't live there.
It
shouldn't be a problem.
What I'm trying to do is make it so he has somewhere to live and that he's not.
Okay, counsel, I don't know what you guys are doing. I do not wish for you to address each other. State, what is the request by the state? I already granted it that he doesn't live there. Defense, what is your request to the court?
I'm requesting that it be level 3 so that he could, when he figures out where he can live, he can move around to get to the address to find a place to live. I'm still trying to figure out where exactly he lives. If he lives at this place where this incident occurred and he does in fact live there, as the detective said, if there's an order that he can't go back there, then he's rendered homeless with a monitor.
He can go back there to retrieve his personal belongings within 72 hours. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Your Honor, is that with a Nebia or no Nebia?
Plus Nebia.
And I'd be objecting to the Nebia. There was $1,800 found in the home. That's not a trafficking amount of money. Those are not proceeds of a trafficking amount. And he is 19 years old. And this financial burden will fall on his family.
The division judge can reconsider whether the division judge wishes to have an Nebia or not. So, thank you. Thank you all for being here. And who's here for him? Are you the mom? Yes. Yeah. Good luck to you. Okay. Thank you. The next case I have here is attorney here, and we have an attorney and he's reading the A form on the screen mirror.
Good morning, Judge. I have Augustin Clemente.
Michael Mirror, do we have Mr. Clemente here?
Mr. Clemente is present. He speaks English.
Your Honor, Mr. Clemente is being held on a probation warrant, no bond.
Okay, and do I have that file here, Clemente? The last name is Clemente?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, what page?
14.
Page 14.
This one.
It's on in this file here. We didn't? No. Okay, we need to find your case. Take your time.
Judge, whenever the court is ready, we're also ready on Jason Cruzetta. That was the one that you placed on recall. Whenever the court is ready.
We'll do that right after Clemente.
Zero rush, Judge. Just letting you know we're ready.
Good, it is Friday. Okay, if you don't mind, could you talk outside, please? Thank you. Yeah, please. Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want, what do you? Information go upstairs. Okay, so you're gonna meet them outside?
Stay quiet. I'm going to.
Okay, if you can just stay quiet, otherwise it's too ponies. And you gave, counsel, you gave the clerk, okay. Okay, so we have, did we find it? We're looking for Clemente. I don't know what happened.
Page 14.
Page 14.
It's number 45 on the calendar.
We have it. Okay, we have one case here. Thank you. No, I know. I know. Okay, so on Agustin Clemente, he's before the court. He is on probation right now on 24-15989. Counsel, what is your name for the record, please?
Judge, good morning. Michael Meyer on Mr. Clemente's behalf. I'm going to be filing a notice of appearance in this case and on the probation matter. And I do have some argument regarding probable cause on the charges in this case.
Public defender is discharged and I have read the arrest form is violating a domestic violence injunction, stalking, aggravated. Okay, there are 3 counts of domestic violence violation and stalking. What is your argument, counsel?
Judge, with regards to the aggravated stalking, it appears from the 4 corners of the A form that the alleged victim indicates that she saw Mr. Clemente's vehicle on US 1 and on a public road, and that she at some point went to the Rusty Pelican restaurant where Mr. Clemente also went. She gets out of her vehicle, starts videotaping Mr. Clemente in a public place, and Mr. Clemente leaves. On the platform, if the court wants to hear from, I have his mother and his stepmother. They were going to Rusty Pelican for Mother's Day, and they would testify that they were going to meet Mr. Clemente there, and he was not there to stalk the alleged victim in this case. Aggravated stalking requires, after an injunction, that someone knowingly, willfully, maliciously, and repeatedly follow, harass, or cyberstalk another person. That's the offense of aggravated stalking. We have someone who's in public going to a restaurant, and the victim gets out of the car and starts videotaping the defendant and then calls the police. The police then arrest him for aggravated stalking. There is no other allegations in the 4 corners of the arrest affidavit that indicate what other violations Mr. Clemente violated.
I'm sorry, Mr. Meyer, was this by any chance a dropping off of children in custody or in a custody situation, or no?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. This was on Mother's Day. My client was at the Rusty Pelican. So was the victim.
Okay, Ms. Ann?
The judge, it does say that he was following her. It's quite the coincidence that he would be going to the exact same restaurant in the vehicle behind hers. And then it also talks about him hiding So that would indicate he knew he wasn't supposed to be around her. I think there is PC, but I hear what Mr. Meyer is saying. Maybe set a lower bond. Stalking needs to be a course of conduct, so this seems like maybe it's just this one time. But it does talk about other violations. State's request would be 1,000 each count with the PC finding and hold him over for his judge on Monday.
Judge, if I can respond briefly. So, you know, the issue here, Judge, is the probable cause on this is violating his probation. He's going to be held. And the reality is he's in a public place. The victim gets out of the car and starts videotaping the defendant.
I heard you, but again, it's quite the thing that he is behind her in the same exact restaurant that she's going to. I am going to find probable cause. It's $1,000 bond. And on each of the count 1 and count 2, I am not at this time doing a probation hold. So he
Does he qualify as a violent felony offender of special concern based upon the stalking? So I believe the state must hold the defendant pending the VOP hearing.
He's being held already, no bond.
Right, he's in on a probation warrant.
Okay, but that's okay. That's independent of what I'm doing. So
he's gonna be
warrant, he says no bond, it's no bond. On this case that ends in 9859, at this time I have set a bond of $1,000 on each count. Mr. Clemente, if you bond out either today or Monday or whatever, do not have any contact with, I'm sorry. Okay, are these no contact orders as to the children?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't have any contact with LC, AC, or Sarah Collado. No contact whatsoever. Even being in a car within less than 500 feet.
Judge, may I inquire, is the court finding PC for aggravated stalking? Because
No.
there is no, or just stalking?
Yes. He's got the one with the no contact order against him on the permanent injunction, and he happens to be behind her in a car. So that's.
Judge, I have 2 witnesses here, if the court would hear from them, that they were meeting him at the Rusty Pelican.
Okay.
Will the court hear from them?
At this time, no, please bring it up. If he has a no bond warrant anyway, probation violation, it doesn't almost matter what I do.
Well, it does matter, Judge, because the question is this aggravated stalking or not? And if there's no probable cause.
An evidentiary hearing, there's PC from the 4 corners of the affidavit. He should see his judge on Monday.
Okay, I already ruled on that. Thank you.
So, Your Honor, to be clear, it's 1,000 per count. There's 4 counts.
Okay, at this time it is count 1,000, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do 500 on count 2, 500 on count 3, 500 on count 4. So the total is 2,500. Anything else, State?
No, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, thank you.
Corrections, any update on the in-state case, Mr. Earp?
Yes, he is on the Zoom.
No, I'm gonna do that one with the attorney here. Mr. Gomez, is that your case?
No, his client refused, Your Honor.
Yes.
For Mr. Gomez, he refused court as well today, and these are added charges.
Okay.
They keep adding charges, Your Honor. This is.
What is your name for the record?
Dolphin Wheel for the record, Your Honor. Your Honor, he's every other day there are new charges and they're the same ones.
What do you want to do as far
Your Honor,
as presence?
we're waiving his presence. He was sick.
Counsel, I'm okay with 1,000 each count, and we can do that with any other cases that come in.
Thank you.
On this case today, 9892, there are only 2 counts.
Yesterday too, Your Honor.
No, yesterday, the one thing I cannot do is either go back in time or go forward in time. I can only do what is before me, and before me there are 2 counts. Count 1, grand theft, and that's $1,000. The state is requesting 1,000. Is that correct?
Right.
Count 2 is 1,000. Anything else?
No.
Okay.
And counsel, if he picks up more cases, I'll do the same.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If I
Please,
give
please,
you
sorry.
magic machine, the, what is it, Back to the Future?
That's the future. Appreciate it. Have a nice week, everybody.
Yeah, thank you for coming in, and we're now doing somebody else that's now on Zoom. One day, we're gonna start with a calendar. Stop laughing. Okay,
Just the instinct.
the in-state, where is that? Okay, in-state, right, Mr. Erp, male Erp. How do you pronounce your last name?
Erp.
Erp, okay. You have a, bond, you have a warrant out of Lee County, and there's also a Georgia case. So on the Lee County case, you have a $6,000 bond, so that's a $6,000 bond, and do I need to do the extradition thing on this, colloquy? Or because
Ms.
you have-
Ramos, did he previously waive?
He previously waived, Your Honor.
Okay.
We're just
If
waiting to
he
see
posts
he's
his
going to-
$6,000 bond on the Lee County warrant, then he would be able to go to Georgia on the out-of-state fugitive warrant. If he does not post his bond, then he'll go to Lee County with a hold from Georgia, and then he can resolve his Lee County court case and then go to Georgia.
Thank you. Okay, and then, we have Mr., excuse me, Mr. Gomez, do you have anything else before the court?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, but you can, if you really get bored, you can hang around with us.
No, I was just waiting for Mr. Earp.
So Judge, we do need a reset date for Mr. Earp. That would be 15 days from now.
June 2nd, and thank you.
Thank you. And Judge, we do have Mr. Crusetta now available. He's on page 14. He is a private attorney on the screen from Casanova Legal Solutions.
Good morning, everyone. Giancarlo Casanova on behalf of Mr. Crusetta.
Yes, good morning. And then before the court?
Yes.
Okay.
TGK.
Okay, this is the one that you had to, you were waiting for the arrest form.
Yes, ma'am. I did have an opportunity now to read the arrest form. Presumably, this is going to be going under the principal theory, I'm assuming. The allegations are as follows. The victim receives a phone call. Okay. There's no link between Mr. Crusetta and the number that they called the victim, informing her that her son had been in a catastrophic accident. After that, she's given a phone number and receives a phone call from a fake attorney, no connection to Jason and this second number either. A Lyft is then told, she's then told to give a box with $8,600 to a Lyft driver. There's no information in the A form as to who ordered the Lyft, no connection to Mr. Crusetta and the Lyft. The Lyft driver picks up the package from the victim and takes it.
So I read the arrest form. What is your argument on this?
My argument is that the only time that my client is mentioned is when they review the Lyft driver's cameras at the time of delivery of the package, and my client is seen there. There's another vehicle. It's not registered to him. There's no allegations that my client receives the package. There's no interactions between them. There's no evidence that he called the victim. No evidence that he was posing as an attorney. There's no evidence that he called the Lyft, that he received any package from the Lyft. There's no systematic behavior other than the detective sees a video and then identifies Crusetta without even knowing how. So I would just ask for standard bonds on all of these counts, and we'll kind of see where the dust settles in division.
Ms. Seth, what is your request on bond?
Again, the state was asking for the Nebbia in addition to the bond.
Okay, but what is the bond?
Request is standard with Nebbia.
I don't think the standard bonds raise the or to trigger the Nebbia in this case, Judge. The amount taken was $8,600. I don't think, again, the bond amount should be so significant as to warrant a Nebbia. And there is no connection saying that my client received the package from the Lyft driver or was otherwise involved. The only thing is the detective says, hey, when I review the video, I see a dark man. I recognize him as Jason Crusetta.
Repeating themselves today. I heard you the first 2 times. Thank you. First count is count 1 is 2,500. Count is I'm gonna make that 5,000 because of the amount it's close to that amount. Count 3, what is the possession of fraudulent ID? Where is that, Ms. F? What
Right,
is-
so it talks about Ricardo Regalado saying that somebody used his information. Okay.
Judge, I got to assume that count is coming from the phone call that the alleged victim receives and where they put off somebody crying on the phone, impersonating that person, impersonating Regalado.
Be at this time a $1 bond, and at count 4, it's the same thing, $1 bond. I think you may have identification issues.
Judge, I don't think we do. So the Lyft driver says he delivered it to an unknown Hispanic male with dark skin, and then later in that camera, that person is identified as the defendant.
But there's 2 people there, Judge.
Okay.
And the Lyft driver, there's
$500.
2 people. Thank you, Judge.
Sir, you are to have no contact with any of the victims in this case. No contact means you cannot talk to them, you cannot call them, you cannot write a letter, you cannot communicate with them electronically or by regular mail. Do you understand the extent of the no contact?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, at this time, I am not requesting a Nebbia hearing, but the division judge may. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. To be clear, we got count 1 is 25, count 2, 5,000, counts 3 and 4, $1 each, count 5, 500.
2,500.
2,500 on count 5. Okay, got it.
And count 6?
Communications, is that a second communications device? I'm gonna do that. Count 6 will be $1.
Thank you, Judge.
Repetitive. Thank you. All right, and then you have.
I excused?
Yes, thank you. Have a good. Okay, thanks for coming in.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Yes. It seems to be page 11.
What was the name you said, Judge?
Last name Rodriguez Alfonso.
Thank you.
Your Honor, he has a misdemeanor. He'll be going to jail arraignment next.
Okay, this is fleeing and eluding.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Okay, do we have a, okay, this is just out of turn. Public defender is appointed. And in this case.
Se ha nombrado a la Defensoría Pública para representarlo en este caso.
Here, the police officer observed that Mr. Rodriguez matching the description in the area where the incident, okay, he was looking at, it was a bolo for a male wearing a baseball cap and a gray shirt.
So Judge, he fled from the police on a bike.
Dice en el informe de arresto que el policía observó al señor Rodríguez con un cotejo con la persona que estaban buscando y en relación al incidente, que el señor Rodríguez estaba en el área donde ocurrió el incidente, que estaban buscando a una persona, a un hombre con una gorra de béisbol o un sombrero de béisbol y tenía una camiseta gris.
Judge, Mr. Rodriguez Alfonso is currently homeless. I would ask if you would consider the TAP program.
Y dice la abogada de que usted, señor Rodríguez, es una persona sin techo y si podrían considerarlo que esté bajo la supervisión de TAP.
Okay, any objection?
I'll defer to the court.
Okay, I'm gonna do tap and alternate bond is on the fleeing is how much?
2,500.
2,500 alternate bond tap.
Bueno, entonces la señora juez está poniéndolo bajo la supervisión de TAP y con una fianza alterna de $2,500.
And a future court date, please?
6/16 in the courtroom is one.
Looks like Miranda's, I don't know if it's 6-1 or 6-10.
6/1. Okay, June, sir, you have to be in court on June 16 in courtroom 6/1
Señor, tiene que estar de regreso al tribunal el 16 de junio en la sala 6-1.
Don't say anything about the case, please.
No diga nada sobre el caso, por favor.
Your Honor, we have Mr. Richard Bates that we have passed earlier. We have him already.
Okay, thank you. Public defender on that case is appointed Richard Bates. And is this a private attorney, or did we do all the private attorney cases?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Okay, so we're calling cases for corrections. Do you speak English? Is this Mr. Bates?
Yes, Judge, he speaks English.
All right, so we have Mr. Bates.
Page is it on?
Page 3. Page 3.
Page 3, cool.
Possession of a firearm, count 1 by convicted felon, DWLS. And
So they charged it with a gang enhancement. I think it should just be felon in possession. The standard bond is 7,500.
Mr. Bates, it says here that you live in Vermont. Do you have any, or do you live here in Miami by any chance?
I live in Summerfield, Florida, just south of Ocala, by the villages.
What is your address?
2931 Southeast, 140th place.
I'm sorry, 140?
140 TH Place, Summerfield, 34491.
4491.
Yep.
34491. Well, he doesn't have any contacts with Miami, and I find probable cause, and I am going to
Now, how does it?
I'm going to require a $5,000 bond, and on the possession.
That's the only count before Your Honor.
Okay, so if you let the misdemeanor judge know that I already set a high bond on that. Next case I have is Navel Williams or Naval Williams. I'm sorry, page 13.
Your Honor, Mr. Navel Williams also has 2 traffic cases. He'll be going to jail arraignment next.
Public defender is appointed. Okay, on state, where in the arrest form that ends in 9858, where does it say, has this been reported stolen, or it's just because it is hot wired?
1 second, Judge.
Scooter.
Well, he admitted he was joyriding, which would indicate that he took a vehicle that wasn't his to drive. And then they also talk about the registered owner of the scooter who said it was stolen.
Okay, on this case, and then he has fleeing the police officer.
Looks like it's all one incident, Judge. Would you consider pretrial services for him?
So the defendant's got a prior prison sentence. He was released in 23. That was out of DeSoto County, looks like for drugs. State's requesting a bond.
That was 2021. Am I reading that correctly?
He was released in 23.
In what?
In 2023.
Mr. Williams, I'm gonna give you pretrial services and, you know,
Thank you, ma'am.
usually I give sermons to younger people, but you.
I will
Sir,
try to do my best, ma'am.
listen to me, please. Put your thinking cap on your head. You know, you don't want to do the revolving door. I don't want to insult you by saying you're too old for that, but you are.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, okay, let me go on the one arrest form of the grand theft. It's pretrial services, count one, alternate bond on the grand theft is now what?
2,500?
500. You know, it used to be 5,000. It's gonna take me years to learn all these alternate bonds again.
Your Honor, you said 2,500?
Correct.
Judge, I'll give you a little tip. On all third-degree felonies, if there's force or violence, it's 5,000. If there isn't, it's 2,500.
Okay, thank you. You should have done this 10 calendars ago. Okay, so on fleeing and eluding, and that is through pretrial services, 2,500. There, the tip works. Alternate bond. Count two is driving with a suspended license, habitual, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's alternate is 2,500. And then resisting is a misdemeanor. Sir, don't drive. We do have a program to help you if you're eligible to get your driver's license. Come here to the Justice Building and get a printout and get on a program called Drive Legal. If you qualify, don't drive between now and then. Good luck to you.
So what's count three, Your Honor?
Do I have a count three?
Yeah. But that's the resisting without violence. Standard is 500.
Okay, pretrial services, I'm sorry, I missed that. I thought it was, okay, alternate is 500 on that, and it is pretrial services. Good luck to you, sir. Now, we have Angels Rivero. No, Angel Espino. Angel Espino, 2 cases. There are 2 names, thank you. Okay, Angel Espino is. I'm sorry, what? Is 16. We're waiting for.
Your Honor, can we please pass Mr. Espino?
Okay, no problem. And then we have Richard Sanchez, correct? Do we have Mr. Sanchez? Do you speak English, sir?
Yes, he speaks English.
Your Honor, he's out on probation on a misdemeanor, M25-2811.
Public defender is appointed. Let me read this arrest form. You're charged with burglary with an assault. And that is a very serious charge with usually no bond. Ms. Corey, what is your best argument on this?
Judge, there's no intent to commit any crime therein, Judge.
So I know it's not violence, but he did have the intent to kiss her, which does qualify as a battery.
He has a prior
I
arrest.
just told that judge it's not the same victim. I believe the victim in that case is his mom.
Okay, what about the other case of battery, which was no action? Was that?
I can check it.
You know, I am going to find probable cause for burglary with an assault or battery.
The other case was his mom as well.
You cannot just do whatever you feel like doing. Period, end of report. It is no bond. Let the division judge give you a bond. I am not giving you a bond at this time. Sir, you have a stay away order from the victim.
Could we pass this for just one moment and see if the alleged victim wants to be heard?
Oh, okay, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Is she on the camera?
Your Honor, should we have next Mr. Pablo Betancourt?
Okay, so we're passing Sanchez altogether.
I don't have any information that the victim wanted to be present for this hearing.
But we lost Miss Corey, so I can't proceed.
Corrections, who's this gentleman?
Betancourt?
Okay.
Miss Corey, what are we doing with Sanchez? Passing it?
Passing it, my staff's gonna reach out and see if we can get in touch with her, see if she wants to log in.
Okay. Okay, and this defendant is, who is this defendant?
This is Mr. Betancourt. He's number 20 on the calendar.
He's also out on felony bond on F-25-7360.
Okay, hold on. Wait, I don't know what these are. I passed or I'm waiting or all of the above. I have to.
Need a Spanish interpreter for Mr. Betancourt, please.
Yes, I'm here.
No, page 6, it's number 20.
Don't you have a stamp for these?
I sent your name, but not your signature.
No, but on the left. You wrote it out. Is that your?
Oh, yeah, we was.
Wait, I don't have a hyphen. It saves ink. My name does not have a hyphen. Okay, that's okay. But if you want, and it makes you happy, put a hyphen. Today my goal is to make everybody happy. Mr. Betancourt, do you speak English, sir?
Señor Betancourt, ¿usted habla inglés?
Spanish, please.
Español, Spanish, ¿o no?
All right, in this case, he's charged with possession of a controlled substance, meth.
En este... Sorry, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
En este caso, usted está acusado por tenencia de una sustancia regulada, meta.
Okay, he also has no valid driver's license, failure to have vehicle registration. Are those?
So the only thing before Your Honor is the drugs.
The only thing here is the drugs. Public defender is appointed and I find.
Se ha nombrado a la Defensoría Pública para representarlo y sí hay un motivo fundado para este cargo.
And that's a $2,500 bond, and he is out on bond, so he has a felony hold F-25-7360.
Y también tiene una retención por un delito grave por la causa que termina en 7635.
Okay. Now, give me the other set of cases you want me to do.
So these are out of turns for things.
Okay, corrections, you want some out of turn, so let me start with Damian Rameta. This is public defenders appointed. Is Rameta before the court or?
Your Honor, we could pass Mr. Romero. We could start with Mr. Marino.
Okay. Sacha Moreno. Public defender is appointed.
Your Honor, this is an added charge for Mr. Moreno.
Spanish, please.
Sí, dice que se ha nombrado la Defensoría Pública para representarlo y también tiene un cargo añadido.
Okay, on this case, it is public defenders appointed and I find probable cause, and this is a $2,500 bond on this case. Sir, stay away from the other person. I know that you're both in custody, but stay away from the other person in this case.
So on the back of the
Entonces,
A-form,
en este caso, nuevamente estoy nombrando a la Defensoría Pública para representarlo. Hay un motivo fundado para la acusación y una fianza de $2,500. Señor, manténgase alejado de la otra persona, aunque ambas están detenidas, pero manténgase alejado.
Ms. Corey, on the back of the A-form, it says Norge Reina. I'm not sure if it should be Jorge.
Y dice que el nombre de la persona es Norge Reina.
Thank you.
I don't see it, but if that's,
Right, Ms. Corey needs the names to check for conflicts.
thank you. Okay, next case is Kristen Nieves,
What was the bond, Your Honor?
2,500. Since I now know that if it's an F3, it's 2,500. Thank you, Ms. F.
But so technically the standard bond on that one should have been 5,000, but Judge Glazer always sets it at 2,500 because that's an F3 with force.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, Mr. Nieves, he refused court. These are added charges.
We'll waive his presence, Judge.
Okay. Usually Judge Glazer splits the bond 2,000, count 1, 500, count 2.
Correct.
Okay, on this case, Paul is appointed and they have waived his presence, and following the steps of my colleague, count 1 bond will be 2,000? Is that? And count 2, 500. Okay. What is she gonna do when she doesn't have to drive kids back and forth? Mhm. Okay, the next case, Carillas, added charge.
Yeah, these are added charge, Your Honor. He refused court.
Reset for the afternoon, or
I don't know if Ms. Corey wants to waive his presence.
Ricardo Carillas.
Let's reset it.
If we could reset it, thank you.
Reset PM. Willie Rouse.
Your Honor, he refused court. These are added charges.
He's no bond, Ms. Corey. You want
You
to
can
waive
waive
it?
his presence, Judge.
Victim is Jonathan Milfort.
Thank you.
Public defender is appointed, you're waiving his presence, and the bond is 2,500, right?
Yes.
Okay.
What is
Eh, Villa Chica, page 21.
Present, speaks English.
added charges?
Public defender is appointed, you're charged with battery and another detainee.
And Ms. F, do you have the name?
Oh, 1 second. It is Stephen Raymond.
Okay, on this case, it is $2,500 bond. Sir, stay away from Stephen Raymond. I know that you're both detained, but stay away from him. And the next case, Aaron Tomlin, page 22, added charge. Tomlin. Public defender appointed, this is back from April 28th at Target. No,
It's an added charge. I think there's only probable cause for a 2nd-degree misdemeanor. Standard bond is $150.
on this charge, I do find probable cause for the misdemeanor petty theft, and it's a $150. Sir, stay away from the Marshall's store where you were arrested in April on this charge. Isaac Lumpkin.
Your Honor, he refused court. He's just added charge. He's being held on 3 probation warrants.
This is from May 7th.
What do you want to do on Lumpkin?
Armed burglary, so let's just pass it for the PM refuse.
Okay.
So PM. Mark Bender.
These are added charges, Your Honor. He refused court.
Public defender is appointed,
Waive
battery.
his presence.
Okay, waive and $2,500.
You're finding probable cause for a third-degree felony, correct, Judge?
Yes.
Right, victim is Lazaro Gonzalez.
Thank you.
Okay, so then we have Jermaine Gamble.
Added charge, he refused court.
Battery.
We'll waive his presence.
Victim Jonathan Milford.
$2,500. Brandon Escalona. Brandon Escalona.
Added charges, Your Honor. He refused court.
Battery.
We can waive his presence.
The detainee. Fight between him and somebody else. $2,500 bond.
Oh, yeah. And just, we can readdress Mr. Sanchez whenever you're ready. We have him here.
Okay, let me give Escalona over here. And then let me just find this. Let me just do this one more and then she's finding it. Damian Rameta. Damian Rameta is battery detainee added charge. Is he here?
He's not here yet, Judge.
No, Your Honor. We'll advise when he gets here.
Well, Ms. Corey, do you want him to be here or?
They said they're bringing him. Let's just pass it.
Okay. Okay, and who is the one that has come before the court?
This is Mr. Sanchez. He's on page 16, number 51 of the calendar.
Okay, this is the one that you were trying to get the
To see if the victim wanted to log on.
Correct. She did not want to log on.
So the state's requesting that the court grant the motion.
Well, at this time, I am finding probable cause for burglary with an assault and a battery. Actually, a burglary with a battery, which is a no bond at this time.
Judge, would you consider house arrest for him? That way the court will know that he's not anywhere near her. There won't be any issues in that regard.
The state's requesting the court grant the motion.
So if he didn't have one prior battery in March of 24 and one prior domestic violence in February of 25, I would definitely consider it if he came in with no priors, period. I would even reset it for the afternoon, but at this time I am finding probable cause for a no bond. And you know, the division judge can change that. I'm granting the pretrial detention. Sir, you have, I'm sorry, did I read the no contact order already or no?
I do not think so, Judge.
I'm sorry?
I don't think so
you read
because
it
Ms. Square was calling to see if she wanted it.
Right. Sir, you are to have no contact whatsoever with the victim whose initials are AP. No contact means you cannot talk to her, you cannot call her, you cannot text her, you cannot do it directly or through anybody else. You cannot have any communications. You cannot write her a letter or an email. No contact means no contact until a judge rules otherwise in this case. Do you understand the extent of the no contact order? I don't want anything to do with you, and I'm telling you not to have anything to do with you.
Understand.
Okay, hope you
Are
understood.
you holding him on the M252811? It's a misdemeanor probation?
And what is that?
It's DV case.
What is the case number?
M252811.
He's on probation from February of this year. Yes, there's a probation hold on that case. Because it is exactly, it's also a DV case. So it's a probation hold on 252811. Okay. You think we can start the calendar?
Does I have one more request of corrections? Can try and get Ray Ibonet on page 8.
Don't worry, we're gonna get through.
Donna, we could start with one.
With one?
Page 1.
Page 1, we have a page 1. I thought I was on page 500.
Mr. Ibonet is not here yet.
Okay.
First case I have is Sylvia Medeiros. Do we have?
She may qualify for a program.
Judge, actually, corrections, once Mr. Rivero Espino called, he's here now. He's number 52. He needs to go to jail arraignments.
Not this one?
I need your help on that. Thank you. Okay, let's go back for a minute to Sylvia Medeiros. And where are we on this? Public defenders appointed. And where's Sylvia Medeiros? Who is this defendant? You said she qualified, does not. Okay, she does not qualify for a program, so.
Is she coming corrections? What's up with Medeiros?
She's here.
Okay. If pretrial doesn't want her, then tap.
Okay. On Medeiros, it will be, there is pro cost tab, and the alternate bond is 2,500.
Judge, would you consider ordering Ms. Medeiros into pretrial services only because TAP, well, I don't know if they're here yet.
I'm sorry, only because tap is here. She's here.
Oh, they're there? Okay, if they're there, then that's fine.
Yes, in front of me, in person. Okay.
Give me a juvenile.
And then you want to have Engels Rivero Espino.
Judge, we need to give Ms. Medeiros a future court date.
That address isn't good, Miss Corey?
She has an address, no?
We need to give her a future court date, and I did not hear what Ms. Seth said.
Oh, I just asked if the address was good.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
And then she doesn't need a future court date. The notice.
Does she need a future court date?
No, Judge, she does not. Thank you so much.
All right. So the next case that you wanted was Engels Rivero Espino.
He's going to bond, jail arraignment next, Your Honor.
Right.
You said put me right.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Public defenders appointed and
No, but
will be free services. Alternate is 2,500.
So Judge, on 9899, would Your Honor find PC for an M1?
I'm sorry, PC one,
M1, yep. So the standard bond is 500.
500. Okay, pretrial services, alternate is 500.
On the other case, standard is 2,500.
Well, I don't know what other case there is. The
He's
other,
got
I don't have another case.
I'm gonna shift two.
Okay, like I said, I have another case. And what is the standard, what is the request on the other case?
Standard's 2,500. He's got to stay out of Sephora.
Alternate is 2,500. Sir, you have a stay away order from.
He doesn't need the Spanish interpreter.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm trying to interpret. Does he need it or not?
He does, so if you let it go,
Okay,
the
okay. Sí,
bonds.
la acusación, señor, por el primer caso, le han puesto bajo la supervisión de Pretrial Services con una fianza alterna de $500 y el segundo caso, una fianza estándar de $2,500 y tiene que permanecer alejado de la tienda de Sephora.
On 9899, the state requested PTS alternate 500 is the state request. On the case that ends in 9920, the alternate is 2,500.
Entonces, en el 9899, la fiscalía está solicitando Pretrial Services con la fianza alterna de $500 y en el caso que termina en 9920, fianza estándar $2,500. Your Honor, you said Pretrial Services for the second count?
Yeah, he has it for both cases.
Thank you. Y también para el segundo caso, lo ha puesto la jueza en la supervisión de Pretrial Services con la fianza estándar antedicha de $2,500.
Tell him that he has a stay away order from.
Judge, they need to bring him back in.
I think you told him, right?
You did.
Yeah, he knows.
Yes.
Well, we don't have anything better to do. We might as well repeat the calendar.
That's one we passed. We'll work back to people unless they call it.
I thought you were gonna do this. Here. Okay, let's try to do whatever is page 1. Daisha Smith.
Ms. Smith is present. This is a direct file.
Okay, and in this case, this happened in March of 2025. Has she been in custody on this case or in something else?
It looks like she's got a pretty, I don't know, she's got a juvenile history, and then they found her with a gun. State's request is to put her maybe 1,000 plus house arrest level 2 to make sure she only goes to work and to school, stays out of trouble.
Ms. Smith, with whom do you live?
My mom.
Are you working? Are you in school?
I was working, and yes, I was in school.
Where do you go to school?
Homestead Senior High.
And you're working where?
South Dade Pool.
I'm sorry, where?
South Dade Pool.
The labor pool?
No, the pool, like a swimming pool.
Oh, okay. Mm.
Judge, I would ask if you would do a bond with an alternative house arrest. With the ability to go to work and school.
It looks like there's some underlying homicide investigation that she's not being charged with. And then they find a semi-automatic handgun in her bedroom, and she's been adjudicated delinquent.
Well, State, do you have any connection between?
She's not charged with that case. I don't know what, I have no idea what that underlying investigation was for or was about. What I know is she's been adjudicated delinquent and she admitted to having a gun. They found it in her room.
This began as a robbery indictment or information. Was this a direct file or what is?
It's a direct file. She's only 17.
Okay, I am going to do house arrest, level 2, so she can work and go to school. And I'm sorry, should that be level 2 or 3 or what? I don't know.
Who lets her work and go to school?
I would prefer 3, Judge. That'll be an ankle monitor 24/7. We'll know her exact whereabouts. You can give her a curfew.
Judge, my goal is to help her stay out of trouble and go to work and go to school, not have any future problems, turn it around while she's still young.
What is the level that would allow her to go to school and to work without?
2.
Okay.
And also 3, you could give her a curfew, Judge. And tell her what time you want her to be home every day.
You know, then work changes and, okay, allow school. Okay, I'm gonna do level 2, allow school and work. And the alternate bond on this case is?
The bond on all second-degree felonies, the standard is 7,500.
Okay, alternate bond is 7,500. I'm gonna waive all cost supervision. Yeah, I heard that. Okay, good. Might as well put it here. How do you pronounce your first name? Miss Smith. How do you pronounce your first name?
Yayo.
Okay. I am gonna take a minute or 2 to talk with you. You know, this is a really, really, really busy morning. For heaven's sake, you're 17 years old. I spent 3 years in juvenile court, and every juvenile that came in always said, I had the gun for my protection. It is illegal for you to have possession of a gun. Illegal. Now you're working, you're going to school. You know, life is, you probably think life is tough enough as it is. Life is tough for everybody. I realize that you may live in a place that you think that you need protection. That the worst thing you can do is what you did, which was to have a gun. You hid it from your mother, according to the arrest form. Yeah, only you can continue to try to do what is right and walk a straight and narrow path. And if you're really, really lucky and you really stay out of trouble, you'll make it. But you're starting off with a real big, heavy load on your back with this case. Okay, so good luck to you and don't mess up house arrest. House arrest is not easy. If you don't understand the rules, ask a question. Okay? Any questions today about the release conditions or anything? Any questions about life? Talk to your mom. Okay?
So Your Honor, that was house arrest alternate 7,500?
Yes, and you're gonna have to provide your work and your school schedule to house arrest. And if anything changes, you call them and you let them know that something changed on your schedule, particularly the work schedule. Okay, good luck to you. I mean that.
Your Honor, I have Mr. Lindsay on the Zoom platform. He's number 28.
Okay, we need to find it.
Hold on, that has to be kind of good for me. Number 28, page 8.
Do we have Yaneli Garces? Is he still in the hospital? Last name is
I
Garces.
think Miss Corey was trying to get her into the hospital. Do you know if she has benefits?
Your Honor, as for her father wanted me to call. She does not know how to get on this platform.
Miss Corey is aware that the dad is trying to call courtroom.
So the dad, yes, the dad was gonna call in. He did not want a stay away order. He was gonna call him by phone because he didn't have the ability to do Zoom. I'm not sure if he's called yet. I know it's been a while.
Somebody's
We're
raising their hand. Let's see. Nope.
But I
That's
have no idea who this girl is. Is
This
that
is Miss Garces. She's number 3 on page 1.
right?
We had reset her for today to see if we could get her into the hospital. The hospital's trying to review her benefits. Yesterday, they weren't able to find anything. However, we got more information from the dad today, and I don't have a response.
Okay, we're trying to get the father on the phone
Okay,
and we're not being successful.
we'll need a Spanish interpreter for Miss Garces. And for her father also, I believe.
How did he get through? Because I can't get through here half the time. It says you can't. Okay, Miss Corey, what do you want me to do? Pass it?
let's pass it for a few minutes. See if we can get him to come in.
But he
See if we
cannot
can look into the benefits.
Zoom or something. We're trying to get him. How about if we just take it to the afternoon? Because I have 321 cases left.
That's fine, Judge.
Van a pasar el caso suyo, señora, esperando a que su padre se presente.
Okay, tell her that he's been calling in and we're trying to call him. You wanna give
Él ha
us-
estado llamando y estamos tratando de que se conecte.
Will we readdress the case?
Yeah. Okay, if he calls back. What?
If he calls back, we can take the testimony even if she's not here.
Si él llama, podemos tomar el testimonio de él, aunque usted no esté presente.
Okay, let's play that one by ear. And you want something out of turn, corrections?
He's on the Zoom platform, Your Honor. His name is Mr. Lindsay.
Right.
They have to be let in.
Okay,
Can you
can
raise your
somebody,
hands? Oh. Okay, give me a sec. I'll promote you. There we go.
okay, is this the defendant before? Are you there, Nancy?
Yes, Judge, he answered yes, but we're in a mental health cell, so it's a little bit loud.
Public defender is appointed.
They're added
Please
charges.
do not talk about what happened while we are here in court today.
Don't talk about the case. What is the request by the state and the?
2,500 is okay, Judge.
And Ms. Corey,
That's fine, Judge.
$2,500 bond on this case.
Okay, Mr. Lindsay, your lawyer's going to reach out and talk to you about your situation, okay? Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, so
Next case is Trevon Norman. No, Mormon, Mormon. This happened in April of last year. Is the defendant before the court?
We'll waive reading the arrest form, Judge.
Public defender is appointed. Is there a standard bond in this?
It's bondable, but the state's requesting a bond plus house arrest, as well as the stay away order.
The bond on count one?
Standard is 7,500 count one, 2,500 count two.
Count one is 2,500 and count two is 2,500. Sir, you are to have absolutely no contact with the victim whose initials are QA. No contact means you cannot talk to her, contact her, text her, send her a letter or an email. Do you understand the extent of the no contact order?
Yes, ma'am, I got you. I got you 100%.
Would you want to add the house arrest based on these facts?
Okay, and the state is also requesting, do you work, sir?
I'm on I get benefits. I get benefits from being on disability.
Okay, I'm gonna
I
require.
would ask that if you just do standard bond, Judge.
Well, I'm gonna
Given
require
the stay away order.
given the nature of the facts in the case, and I am going to do a level 2 with no contact.
So Your Honor, is that an alternate bond or is that a plus bond?
Plus bond. Okay. Next case, Brianna Alvarado. Brianna Alvarado.
Should qualify for pretrial.
Are you sure? It's only 11:30. That's the first pre-trial.
Bond out?
Bond out, okay.
I'm really surprised. Next case is Aaliyah Daniels.
Miss Daniels, present?
Yes, I'm here.
And this is public offenders appointed and charges assault with a firearm. What is the bond on this case?
Standard bond would be 5,000 count one, and count two, I think, is an M2, so it'd be 150.
Judge, I don't know why it's marked as DV. They never lived together, Judge.
I don't see any DV on this, but
No, the officer put a Y in the column that indicates it was domestic.
yeah, I know, but I don't see the. Is there any evidence in the arrest?
I think the officers just did it because they were in a relationship, but I don't think statutorily it may not qualify as DV.
Ms. Daniels, I am going to require standard bond on this, and it's the first count one is 2,500 or 5,000?
5,000.
5,000. And I'm gonna tell you something, that if you had set a tow inside of the residence, this would have become a burglary and with an intent to assault, and it would have been a no bond situation, much more serious. You are to have no contact whatsoever with the victim. Police, homes, no contact means you cannot call him, you cannot text him, you cannot write him a letter or send him an email. You cannot contact him directly or through any third parties. You cannot have any firearms or weapons. Do you understand the extent of the no contact order?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the second charge is, what is the bond on that?
150.
$150 count two. Don't go near him or where he resides, which is where this occurred at 5455 Northwest 9th Avenue. It appears to me that you might live nearby. Do not go anywhere near there. Anything else, state?
No.
Defense?
No, Judge, thank you.
Blackman, Deanna Blackman. Deanna Blackman.
And Judge, I believe that we have a family member here for Miss Blackman. Judge, her daughter was here, but I don't know what happened to her.
She's not the alleged victim, though.
Okay.
Wait, the victim reports.
Right, so the allegations are that she tried to run him over with a car.
Correct, but he reports a month later, May 15, that she tried to run him over on April the 14th.
No, I don't think so. So she was arrested on May 15th. So he reported a day after. So it happened on the April 13th. He reported on April 14th.
Reported it immediately, okay.
Oh, a day after.
Do I have priors for Miss Blackman?
So she, grand theft in 03, she had a drug prior out of Broward in the 90s. They apparently don't live together. I'll defer to the court over maybe pretrial. She has to understand that she cannot have any contact with him, even if he calls her. She's got to stay away or she could get rearrested.
Judge Miss Blackman understands she can't have any contact with him. She does live on disability income due to medical issues. I would ask Your Honor for pretrial services.
Ma'am, generally, I would not allow pretrial, but given the facts of the case and given the fact that the state attorney is.
So Judge, up to you, right? She's 61. She's been out of trouble for a while. And Ms.
Okay.
Corey's saying she understands the stay away order, so.
Misdemeanor before me as well.
The misdemeanor may just be based upon her statement. But I don't think there's a separate incident.
Okay, I am going to give you a pretrial. The alternate bond on count one is 5,000. So if you have any contact with him, you're gonna be sitting in jail. And the alternate on count one is 500. You cannot have any contact with him at all, meaning you can't talk to him, you can't call him, you cannot have any communications directly or indirectly. Either you cannot write him a letter or send him an email or any communications. You cannot have any communications directly or through anybody else. You cannot have any weapons or be in violation of any laws. I don't think that you have any reason to go to his house. Ms. Corey, is that correct? To pick any?
Correct, Judge.
Now, it says here that you told the police that after April the 14th, when this happened, that you had seen him for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. You cannot even see him for a snack. If he contacts you, do not answer the phone, do not have any communications. You are under, just listen. Just listen. I want you to stop talking and listen. You cannot have any contact with him whatsoever. If he starts it, I don't know, you either run away or get under the covers, or it's up to you. Have a good day. The next case is Mayra Hernandez. Alternate is 5,500, right? Mayra Hernandez Valdez. Oh, we're on page 2. Corrections. I don't know where we are on this calendar in terms of timing, but I am going to take a break at 1 p.m. if we have not finished. So,
Your Honor, we should be done by then.
Judge, they brought the wrong person.
should is a very, very generous word.
I have a lot of faith that we'll be done before 1 o'clock.
Okay, put on your seatbelts then. We don't want Judge Glazer to think that we're like, you know, slow pokes or anything, right? Okay, Miss Hernandez.
This is not Miss
Did
Hernandez.
pass Ms. Hernandez. I think that they brought the wrong person.
Yes, they did.
This is Miss Torres.
This is Miss Torres, yes.
Fine, let's find Torres. Esther Torres.
Yes, ma'am.
Number 8 on page 2, and I have a lot of paperwork here. Oh my. Okay, in this case, do you speak English, ma'am?
I speak English, either or.
Case, I'm looking at case of March 30th, 9874. This is charged as robbery with a weapon, and the weapon is the
Whatever liquid that she sprayed in the victim's faces.
I find parallel points for armed robbery. At this time, it is no bond. Public defender is appointed.
Judge, would you consider house arrest, total lockdown?
Nope. Not now.
Your Honor, she has 2 cases, no bond on both.
No, I'm not there yet. Ms. Torres, on case that is charged that occurred at the Fontainebleau, you are to have no contact with the victim in that case whose initials are KR. No contact means you cannot call him, you cannot text him, you cannot communicate with him, either directly or indirectly. You cannot write him a letter, and you cannot have any contact with him whatsoever. Do you understand the no contact on that case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, on case that is March 28th, 9876. I also find probable cause. On that case, it is no bond. And in that case, you're to have no contact with the victim whose initials are HS. Same conditions as I just stated. You cannot contact him directly or indirectly through any kind of communication, a letter or email or text or any kind of contact. Do you understand the extent again of that no contact order?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm granting the motion for pretrial detention in both cases. Anything else by the state,
No, Judge.
by the defense?
No, Judge, thank you.
Ms. Coy, did you see more messages from her mom?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Wait, there are two pretrial detention orders, which are both now signed, and two no contact orders. Okay, thank God I have a good pen here today. Corrections, who do you have? Who is your next case? Mayra Hernandez or somebody else?
The gentleman, Ibens.
Okay, is Hernandez coming up later or?
Your Honor, as soon as she gets here, we'll put her in and I'll advise.
Okay, so let's do then Ramses Ibanez.
Your Honor, Mr. Ibanez has a hold for immigration.
All right.
Public defenders appointed and.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Sí,
you.
yes.
Mr. Ibanez, you're charged with possession of a controlled substance, possession of heroin with intent to sell, and possession of drug paraphernalia.
Señor, tiene acusaciones, las siguientes son las acusaciones en contra suya. Tenencia de sustancias reguladas, intento de vender drogas y también tenencia de parafernalia de drogas.
The judge, no intent to sell, and because he's got the ICE hold, he can't do a program.
Debido a que usted tiene una retención por parte de migración y no podríamos tomar el intento de vender drogas para el programa.
Okay, so bond on count 1 is 2,500. And what is count 2 without intent to sell?
The 3rd-degree felony, also 2,500.
Count 2 is 2,500 and count 3, I'll do a $1 bond.
Entonces, para el primer cargo serían 2.500 la fianza, para el segundo cargo es 2.500 y para el eso es el 2.500 debido es que es un delito grave en tercer grado y para el tercer cargo la fianza es por el monto de $1.
Next case is Stanley Pierre. Public defender is appointed, and this is number 1, strong arm robbery. I find probable cause, and he also bit the victim.
So that wouldn't be an ag bat, it would just be a battery.
Biting is not an aggravated.
Unless it leaves permanent disfigurement, it's just a battery.
Unless it leaves what?
Permanent disfigurement, scarring, it depends.
Your Honor, he's on probation, F-23-11013.
Thank you. What is the standard bond on this?
7,500 and 1,000.
7,500 count 1, 1,000 count 2, and there's a hold, probation hold on, I'm sorry, felony hold F-23-11013. Sir, you are to have no contact. It is your sister. Her initials are S, P as in Peter, P as in Peter. And I don't know if you're gonna bond out or not. You have 72 hours to get your stuff out of there if you bond out. Do not have any contact. You can't talk to her. You can't call her. You cannot have any communications either directly or indirectly. Did you understand the extent of the no contact order?
Yes, ma'am.
Johnny Williams.
He's out on felony bond on 2 cases, F-24, 20997, and F-24, 23442 Alpha.
Okay. On this case, I find probable cause, and on the charge of possession of crack cocaine, it will be a $2,500 bond, and there's a felony hold on the 2 cases stated by corrections. Do you need me to read all that if you've read it already? Okay, Abigail Johan. Ms. Corey, can you give me a,
Does he need the hospital? Does he have anywhere else to go? I know the victim's age isn't listed in the A form, but I can proffer, just so the court knows, not for PC, the victim is 85.
So yes, Judge, my client has another place to stay with another relative. That's not an issue. I see no prior record. Would you consider pretrial services?
how long have you lived in Dade County?
The entire life, Judge. Your whole life. Are you working?
I lost my job 2 months ago.
Currently, no, Judge.
Ms. Corey, with whom would he be living?
Aunt.
State, what is your request on pretrial detention?
So it's, is PC just on a battery? I'll defer to the court over pretrial. I mean, it's pretty upsetting that the victim's so old. Victim's 85, and he's kind of a big guy, and the victim had some injuries.
Ms. Corey, can you fill me in with some more information, if any, because I find this to be really egregious. He struck the victim in the face with, you know, serious injuries. Apparently, rescue had to be called, and it's his grandmother. Or I'm sorry, grandfather. Do you have a case, or you're just hanging out?
It's for
I'm sorry, Judge. Are you talking to me or somebody else in court?
Here, I'm sorry. When
see a case, but I'm not sure. In the medical report, they mentioned that they healed the minor injuries to both of us. His injuries were minor. He already healed. I called him yesterday and he was like, "You're fine."
Miss Corey, we can hear him.
If you're talking about a case that is in trial or a hearing,
I don't think he can. I think he was.
I know, but this is, what do you need it for? School for what program?
Law class. They
They said I need to hear like a trial.
Okay, we don't have trials. This is people who were arrested yesterday until this morning. I don't know who else is either in a hearing on a case or in trial. And is there somebody in the lobby that can tell him?
They wouldn't know. I know there were trials going on and incident on that. I don't know.
I want to make it so that you can observe something and report on it, because what we're doing is very quickly go through the cases. So how does he find out who might?
Fernandez, on the second floor, I know they
I get it, Tony.
Go to the second floor and look in and see if somebody is in court, and people may be breaking for lunch at this hour. I mean, you're welcome to come back, but it's not a trial.
2526 or 28.
Yeah, go to the second floor and walk. Okay. On this case, Ms. Corey, you were saying, I was giving you time.
So Judge, each party has a different version of what happened, Judge. There's a completely different version on page 2 that my client gave the police after he called the police with regard to the incident. I would ask that you grant pretrial services with a stay away order. There'll be no contact between the two of them until this can get resolved.
At this time, I'm going to grant pretrial services. The alternate bond is 2,500. And you are to have no contact whatsoever with your grandfather, whose initials are Francisco, and the name is here, Francisco Reyes. You have 72 hours to get stuff. You're to have no contact with him at all, either directly or through anybody else. And I don't know what happened here, but you're no contact. You can't call him. You can't talk to him. You can't have any communications. Good luck to you. Saad Raji.
I have that gentleman on father of Miss Garces.
Thank you. Okay, on Garces.
Your Honor, Raji is a bond out.
Okay. Okay, we do have Garces. Is she still around?
Your Honor, she's a card only.
Let's hear from her dad, and then if we need to bring her back to tell her about a modified stay away order, we can.
Or the phone hung up. Or the phone hung up. Okay, let me just, Saad Raji is a bond out, so just. Do you speak English? Of course. Okay, Madam Interpreter, can you hear the phone?
Right now I don't hear anything.
Oh, I know, because there's not, sir, tell señor, hable alto, por favor. I told him for the record to speak loudly.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
¿Qué usted quiere que yo oiga?
Señor, ¿qué es lo que usted quiere que la señora jueza escuche?
Call them in Spanish.
Yo soy el papá de Yaneli Garcés.
I am the father of Yaneli Garcés.
¿Y qué usted quiere decir?
Ella está enferma. Hace 6 meses salió ahí del Jackson. Y dejó de tomar las medicinas y ya se alteró otra vez. ¿Ves?
Yeah, she's sick because she was released from Jackson and she stopped taking the medication and she got aggressive again.
Okay. Correct state.
You ask if he wants to have contact with her.
Señor, la fiscalía está preguntando si usted quiere tener acceso, quiere tener contacto con ella otra vez.
Sí, oiga, es mi hija y al único que tiene es a mí, porque ella tuvo un niño y se lo quitaron. Ajá.
Ya, señor, repita la respuesta.
She has a child and she lost custody of the child, and I'm the only person that he has. For the record, that's what
Oh, okay, thank you. I couldn't hear him well. Sorry.
1 second, for the record.
Is that a yes? He does want contact?
Señor, ¿usted quiere contacto, sí o no?
Sí, sí. Es mi hija.
She's my daughter, yes.
Okay, so Judge, if we can reset the case for the afternoon to see if she has hospital benefits, Corrections, can you try and bring her so the judge can read a modified stay away order?
Yes.
Entonces la señora la fiscal, la abogada fiscal está diciendo que se puede fijar el caso nuevamente para la tarde para saber, para determinar si ya tiene beneficios de hospital y para hacer una modificación de la orden de alejamiento.
Ms. Corey, do you need any information from the father with reference to possible benefits?
We've already been in touch with the father. We've provided the additional information to the hospital. We're still waiting to hear a response.
Y la abogada de oficio de su hija está diciendo que ya han conversado sobre los beneficios de hospitalización y solamente están esperando una respuesta. That's fine.
Thank you so much for coming in, sir.
Gracias por haber ingresado a la audiencia, señor. Thanks to you. Thanks to you.
Okay, I am writing on the back of the arrest form. Father agrees to contact with the daughter. She is ill. Stop taking medication. So, okay, we'll pass it for the afternoon. Thank you, everybody.
Vamos a pasarlo para la tarde.
Okay, where are we now? Oscar Castro, am I correct?
He's a bonder, Your Honor.
John Nande. Aggravated battery.
Present.
Present.
Do you speak English, sir?
I do.
State, what is your request on this?
Standard bond with the stay away order?
Ms. Corey, can you give me your input on this?
Judge, Mr. Nande does have another place to stay that's away from his sister. I would ask if Your Honor would consider pretrial services or house arrest.
How long have you lived in Miami, sir?
I grew up here many years.
Do you work?
Are you working?
I'd like to speak to
Are
my
you
attorney.
If he has an attorney, then does he have an attorney?
No, Judge, he is currently not working.
Okay, I'm gonna require house arrest on this case, and it will be alternate bond is 2,500 on count one, and what is count two alternate?
So the standard on count one is 7,500, count two is 1,000.
Count one then will be alternate is 7,500, count two is alternate 1,000, and
Judge, Mr. Nande indicates he may have a private attorney, Judge. I'm not sure.
Does he know the name?
Who is your lawyer, sir?
My lawyer is canon law expert, Monsignor James A. Del Turante, MD. He is with the Vatican Holy See in Washington, D.C., and he has been aware and notified, and I ask that you please consider notifying him.
Okay, Judge, until he enters a notice of appearance, I would ask that Your Honor appoint the public defender's office.
Public defender is appointed in the interim. Sir, you are to have no contact with LN, your sister. No contact means you cannot talk to her, you cannot have any communications at all whatsoever, either in writing or electronic. You cannot have it directly or indirectly through anybody else. If you are released and you qualify for house arrest, you have 72 hours to only go back to the house and take your personal belongings with a police officer. Otherwise, no contact. You cannot have any weapons or any guns, and you cannot use any drugs other than any prescribed medications, and no contact order. Do you understand the extent of the no contact, sir?
No phone or personal or anything?
I don't know which part of no contact you did not understand. I said it
yes.
cannot be any contact in person, in writing, in email, in any kind of electronic, in any kind of direct communication.
Yes, Your Honor.
And just what was the alternate bond on count two?
Count two is 1,000, I believe. Yes, count two alternate is 1,000. Level 2 on the house arrest. Eric Newson. Eric Newson. Following offenders appointed on that. When you finish, take your time.
Spanish interpreter, please. We'll waive reading of the charges.
Offenders appointed who has waived the reading. I am reviewing the arrest form.
So Judge, it was booked incorrectly. I believe they should both
be no bonds.
Right, based upon the age of the victim.
At this time, I find probable cause on both counts. Count 1 is no bond. Count 2 is, what is the bond on that, if any?
I think it's no bond as well.
Count 2 is also no bond. And the motion for pretrial detention is granted. The initials are NR, is that correct?
Yes.
Sir, you are to have no contact whatsoever with the victim whose initials are NR. No contact means you cannot communicate with that person at any time for any reason in any manner. You cannot do it through a writing or electronically or texting or phone calling. You cannot do it directly or through anybody else. Do you understand the extent of the no contact order?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, anything else, State?
No. Corrections, if you're able to, there's a private attorney on Leon Hillman. If you could try and get him.
What's the last name?
Hillman?
Thank you, Ms. Okay, so we're now on page 6. Armando Donate. PTF?
Maybe.
Spanish for Mr. Donate.
Pretrial services, count 1, alternate is 2,500. And count 2, alternate is what?
2,500. Count 3, there's no amount on the damage, so 150.
Count 2, alternate is 2,500. Count 3 is 150. The next case is, okay, corrections, Leon Hillman, or there's a lawyer on this case.
I was trying to interpret for Mr.
Sorry.
Defendant, yes. Your Honor, did you say pretrial services on count 1, right, for this one? Okay. Oh, for all counts, thank you. Ok, dice la señora juez que lo pone bajo la supervisión de pretrial services para el primer cargo con una fianza alterna, 2,500. Segundo cargo, también bajo la supervisión pretrial services, 2,500 fianza alterna. Y para el tercer cargo no hay monto especificado para los daños. Esta tiene una fianza alterna de $150 y pretrial services también.
Okay, and here we have a private lawyer, I believe, in the Hillman case. Is this Mr. Hillman?
Yes, Judge, Mr. Hillman is here. He's a private attorney. I'll promote.
Thank you very much. For the record, first, let's get the private attorney.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jonathan Jordan on behalf of Mr. Hillman.
Yes. Let me see you on the screen. Let me.
Yes, I'm here. I'm with my child at the doctor's office, but good afternoon, everybody.
Okay, do you want me to pass the case? I'll be happy to.
No, not at all. Not at all. Now is a perfect time. Thank you. On behalf of Mr. Hillman, Judge, we arranged to surrender. I understand the state is likely filing a PTD motion. We have filed our notice of appearance on his behalf.
Okay, you are representing Mr. Hillman and, Mr. Hill, I'm sorry. Yes, Leon Hillman, and therefore the Office of the Public Defender is discharged. And this is a charge, and he is at this time charged with first-degree murder, and therefore this is a no bond case.
That's correct.
Counsel, do you need the warrant or you have it?
If you can send me a courtesy email with it, we do not have it. That would be greatly appreciated. Thank you, Ms. S.
No problem.
Judge, we'll stand by our written pleadings, enter a plea of not guilty, and just invoke his right to counsel, right to remain silent as well.
Okay. Anything else for the state?
No, Judge.
For the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good luck with your child, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Hillman. We'll see you soon. Thank you.
Okay. So we have now Richard Cruz.
Your Honor, he's out on felony bond on 2 cases, F24-18668 and F24-16157.
You speak English, sir?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. Morning.
Okay, at this time, public defender is appointed, and I find probable cause for prior to convictions, petty theft, and that's $2,500 bond, and he is going to be held on the 2 cases that were stated by corrections. You are to stay away from the Walgreens on US 1 and 185. Stay away from there.
I don't see the add-on felony bond. Maybe my.
Yes, 2.
Okay.
Okay, Eric, do you need the numbers?
I have the numbers. I don't see that he was ever out on bond. That's why.
But corrections, you're showing him out on bond, correct?
That's what it states, Your Honor. I have F24-18668 and F24-16157.
It looks like he was sentenced to 1. Okay. Ms. Corey, you want to double check on it?
Yes, let me check it out. One moment.
Because it looks like it was it may be probation, not bond.
Okay, no, never mind. Scratch that. Strike that, not scratch that.
Let me just look into it real quick.
Thank you for correcting. Ariel Estremera.
So it's not bond, it's probation. Okay, I'm good.
Do you speak English, sir?
¿Usted habla inglés, señor?
Do you speak English or no?
Señor, ¿habla inglés o no?
No, he does not. Spanish is
Okay, perfect.
Federal law, and how long have you lived in Miami?
Señor, ¿cuánto tiempo usted lleva viviendo aquí en Miami?
Desde el 2009.
Since 2009.
Mira, it's literal. Okay, public defenders appointed, and I'm gonna give him pretrial services with alternate bond, third degree is what?
2,500.
2,500?
Yep.
It was the same as before, right? You haven't.
Well, no, if there's force or violence, it's 5,000. No force or violence, 2,500.
Completely forgot what you had said. It wasn't registering. Okay, Royer Pantabi.
Señor, para usted le han nombrado la Defensoría Pública, lo han puesto bajo la supervisión de Pretrial Services con una fianza alterna de 2,500.
Royer Pantabilu. Public defenders appointed. What is? He has a whole priors of battery aggravated in 24 and 22. I find probable cause on this case for the assault with what was the deadly weapon used, a knife or?
That's a knife. And then I think the other count may just be a battery.
Oh, wait, what is the bond on count one?
5,000.
Count one bond is 5,000. Count two is?
Battery is 1,000.
Battery is, count two is 1,000. And then on the possession, and that's the one that is in case 9925, 9924, possession of cocaine is state, what is the request?
2,500. And we can do $1 on the marijuana.
Count one is 2,500 and $1 on count two. Sir,
Mr. does not have funds for a bond, would your honor consider house arrest or pretrial as an alternate?
not given his record and not given the charges that he cut the defendant with a knife, and Roger.
No, he's not being alleged of cutting him with a knife, I don't believe, Judge.
Well, this here.
Threatening him with a knife.
It was just waived it according to the arrest form.
Correct, but he tells the police that he had cut him the day before and he had an obvious.
Who had a, well, he said he had a cut on his finger, so it looks like it's probably from a bite versus a.
Oh, that's even better. Sir, you are to have no
injuries himself, Judge.
Sir, you are to have no contact with the victim whose initials are M as in Mary, N as in Nancy. No contact means you cannot talk to him, call him directly or indirectly. You understand the extent of the no contact order?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if you find out, you cannot have any contact with him. If you do, you're going to be sitting in TGK until the date of your trial. Good luck to you. Next is Donald R. Alford.
You should qualify for pretrial.
Alford, probable cause is found and Did Miss Corey come back? There we, I thought I had seen you go woof, over there.
I popped out for a moment.
On this case, pretrial services, 2,500.
And $1 count too, Judge?
Yes, $1 on count too. Manuel Garcia.
Your Honor, he's gonna be NBC.
You want me to set it for the PM or medical or?
Right, the PD was appointed. Maybe we can get him on a video.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's still not available. Corrections, have you checked today that he's not available? I guess if we can reset him for the afternoon.
Okay, reset PM. And we have Juan Rivera. No, I'm sorry. Rey Ibonet. Added charge.
Whatever. He's present. Spanish or English? Spanish, please.
Rey,
He's charged with grand theft in a dwelling.
señor, tiene un cargo de hurto mayor en una vivienda o edificio.
Corrections, these are added charges.
This is an added charge to the charge that he came in with. He came in with a 25,9224 with a $15,000 bond.
Esto es un cargo adicional, señor.
The officers were here previously and were requesting an increased bond with house arrest.
Los oficiales. Sorry, I'm sorry, counsel. Go ahead.
Because he's, I guess, a nuisance in the area, picks up multiple charges in the
But he came in on 9224, which was burglary. Was it the same as this case? Or?
no, different.
Okay, police is appointed, and on this case,
Judge, at best, it would be a grand theft. They charged it as a theft within a dwelling, but this is outside of
restaurant?
business, Judge.
this is one.
Outside of business. I'd ask for
Okay, so it should be
bond.
grand theft third degree.
What is the bond on this?
Standard bond is 2,500, but again, the officers were asking for an increased bond with house arrest.
I'd ask for standard.
$500 bond, and sir, stay away
Señor.
from.
Well, Your Honor, let me please interpret what has been said, okay? Señor, entonces están diciendo que usted se le ha nombrado la Defensoría Pública para representarlo en un hurto mayor, caso de hurto mayor, tercer grado, y esto fue en una vivienda. Se le está imponiendo una fianza de $2,500, aunque la Fiscalía ha indicado que los oficiales o los detectives han contactado que se eleve este monto de la fianza, pero su señoría lo está fijando por $2,500. And you said something about a stay away order, Your Honor?
Yes, stay away from where the address where you were arrested. Stay away from 17092 West Dixie Highway.
Y también tiene una orden de alejamiento de la dirección donde usted fue arrestado, 17092 South Dixie Highway.
Juan Rivera.
Mr. Rivera is present. He speaks English. These are added charges, corrections?
Yes, these are added charges.
Okay. He's also, okay, this is from November of 2024. On this case, are they before the cases that he's out on bond? Am I correct on that?
There's no holds, Judge.
So he doesn't, okay, added charges, they're added to what? To what kind of a charge? I don't have the priors for him here. Do I have priors running around or did I give it back to you?
So he's in on a probation violation, and then he also has other charges for similar things, dine and dash. if Your Honor would just set, I don't think there's PC count 1, count 2, if Your Honor would set the bond at 150.
Okay, on count 1, as per the state, it's our water. On count 2, I'm gonna set it at 300, which is the value of the dinner that he did not allegedly pay for. Sir, stay away from Sushi Saki. Stay away from there. At 15461 Southwest 137th Street. 137th Avenue. Stay away from there.
I heard you, miss.
Mikael Williams. Williams is charged on a person older than 65. Let me see the priors and Williams, please. Did I give them to you or do I have? For estate, I'm looking for the priors and Williams.
On Williams, he's got prior domestics. They were all dismissed, but there was a prior arrest for battery on the elderly. I can see if it was with the same victim.
This is of this year.
The prior case was with his dad as well.
What is the state's request on pretrial detention?
So it's bondable, requesting a bond. Ms. Coy, do they live together? Let's see.
Well, he's not going to anymore.
No,
They're
right,
currently not living
different
together.
houses. Right. We already not visiting.
Sir, you are to have no contact with the victim, your father, Gilbert Williams. I don't know what's going on with you, but you are to have no contact either directly or indirectly. You cannot call him, write him a letter, write him an email, text him. You cannot have any communications whatsoever, either directly or through anybody else. Do you understand the extent of the no contact order?
Yes, ma'am, I do, but can I?
Don't talk about the case. I'm talking, you're not. This is 72 hours. If you need to pick up stuff, you can go there. If you live there, go and pick up stuff within 72 hours with a police officer. Don't have contact with your father, period.
What was the bond, Your Honor?
2,500. Johnny Smith. And Mr. Smith is here. He has no priors. How long have you lived in Miami, sir?
I don't even stay in Miami. I stay in Broward. I was up here working.
Okay, you live in Broward. Ms. Corey, can you confirm that he does not live with the victim or?
He's
No,
also
Judge, they
some
do not
criminal
live
history out of Broward.
I'm sorry, Miss.
So He does have some criminal history out of Broward County, so it's not like he's never been arrested.
Okay, what is the state's request on this?
A bond.
So just their co-workers, and they'll be able to work separately from now on.
Okay, but what is the state's request
A
first?
standard bond or a bond of $5,000.
At this time, I'm gonna grant standard bond, and sir, you are to have no contact with the victim, in this case, Edward Cooper. No contact means you can't talk to him, you cannot communicate with him, you cannot write him a letter or an email or a text. If you work together and your job requires that you do have contact with him, this is your issue to resolve. You cannot have contact with Mr. Cooper.
Come on, man.
$5,000 bond, no contact. Next case is Johnny Metelos. Public defender is appointed, and what is the state's request on this?
A bond or house arrest level 2.
How long have you lived in Miami, sir?
How long have you lived in Miami?
Really? 1 year.
1 year, Judge.
Do you work?
Yes.
Yes, Judge.
Where do you work?
With Amazon, Judge.
I'm gonna do house arrest because this is a serious charge and the defendant was pregnant, the victim was pregnant at the time. House arrest, and you have no contact at all with the victim whose initials are SJ. And the alternate bond on count 1 is 2,500. On count 2 it's 1,000 alternate. And it will be level 2 so that you can work.
The judge standard's actually 5,000 and 7,500.
Okay, alternate on count 1 is 5,000, alternate on count 2 is, I'm sorry, alternate on count 1 is 7,500, alternate on count 2 is 5,000, correct?
Your Honor can do 5,000 each count, that's fine.
Okay. 5,000 on count 1 is the alternate, count 2 is 5,000, no contact order. 5,000 each is the alternate, but he's on level 2 house arrest, no contact. Does he need the 72 hours to get any stuff, Ms. Corey? Can you find that out for me, please?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Corey, does he need the time to go pick up stuff?
Yes, Judge.
Great, you have 72 hours to go pick up anything that you have, but it has to be with a police officer and you cannot have any other contact. Daniel Hernandez. Do we have any cases without contact, no contact order?
I have no idea, no.
That was a rhetorical question. Huh? I think we did all those. Okay.
Mr. Hernandez is present. He speaks English.
How you doing, Your Honor?
Fine, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
With whom do you live?
With his mom, Judge?
Do you work?
Yes, with my real dad. He's a CDL driver, and I go off with him during the week.
I'm sorry, what is a CDL driver?
Commercial,
Commercial
big
driver.
trucks.
What is the state's request on it?
I was gonna say house arrest, but he can't drive trucks if he's on house arrest. So just a bond.
Would you consider pretrial, Judge? I see no prior history.
Daniel, I am going to give you a huge break in your life. I am going
Thank you so much. I
pretrial.
appreciate it. This is like an awakening call for me. I see
Just
this.
listen. You're 20 years old. This case can ruin your life, the rest of your life. So I am going, because you have no record, I am going to give you the benefit of having no record, but one should not have a record regardless of the age. So I'm giving you a break for doing the right thing, which you should have been doing, and you should be doing the rest of your life. And I heard what you said. I'm glad that you feel it's a wake-up call, because this can ruin your life.
I see this as I thank God for putting me through this. I never want this to happen to me ever again in my life.
Okay, listen to me, Daniel. Things don't happen to us, okay? You're an adult. You're old enough. You make choices. Nobody came down and said, oh, gee, I'm going to go make you do this or that or the other. If a tree had fallen on your head, I would agree with you. Okay, it happened to you. This didn't happen to you, Daniel. You thought about it. You planned it and you executed it. And you're lucky that the other guy didn't have a gun, because in Miami, everybody does. Pretrial services, don't make any mistakes. Alternate is 2,500.
Standard 7,500.
Alternate is 7,500. Stay away from Tyler Reitman. Stay away from trouble. And I hope your parents really get on your case. I'm not blaming them. I'm blaming you. You're responsible. Next case, Hussein Kenyon. Hussein Kenyon. Okay. Public defender is appointed, and how long have you lived here, sir?
I lived
in Miami?
Miami for the last 10 years before moving from Ohio from college. All my life, I just went away from college.
Do you work now?
Yes, I do.
Okay, where do you work, sir?
I own a CPA firm, Paso Accounting Solutions.
Okay, I'm gonna give you pretrial services. Alternate bond is
Standards 2,500. He may not qualify for the public defender. He's got to fill out an affidavit.
okay. Right now, I am going to give you alternate bond is 2,500. Pretrial services. You are to have no contact with Ilya Butler. No contact. That means you can't talk to her, can't call her. You cannot write her a letter or an email or a text, either directly or indirectly. Ms. Corey, does he need the 72 hours to go pick up?
Yes, Judge.
Sir, you have 72 hours to go pick up stuff and otherwise have no contact with Miss Butler. Did you understand the extent of the no contact order, sir?
Yes, forever.
Okay.
Until another judge says otherwise.
Forever is the answer is yes. For your purposes right now, no contact. You have to get another judge to lift the no contact order. Not even to say I'm sorry or anything, nothing. Lilias Mohammed, public defenders appointed. PTS.
No objection.
out.
Okay.
That's even better. Then we have Corey Lawrence. Current one. Corey Lawrence. Public defender is appointed. The arrest form alleges that he entered the fenced yard of the residence, which is within the curtilage, carrying a firearm that is armed burglary, and that is a no bond. Why are there 2 counts of?
Because he went into a car and he also went into a car that was within somebody's gated property.
Count 1 is probable cause for armed burglary, no bond. Count 2 is also armed burglary, no bond. Count 3. What is count 3 here?
And for his armed criminal mischief, it says damages approximately $1,500.
Dealing in stolen property. Where's that?
Dealing in stolen property, that's count 5.
I would ask you if I know probable cause for dealing in stolen property. That's count 4.
Oh, you okay? Sorry. I think it's just because the gun was stolen. I think that's why the officer charged that.
The firearm was stolen, I see. Okay. Well, it's possession of, okay, number 3, stolen property is.
That's count 4, Judge.
Criminal mischief, and what is the bond on that?
Can we do 2,500?
Count 3 is 2,500. Count 4 is.
That's a charge of dealing in stolen property. I'd ask you if I know probable cause. I am okay with $1.
Well, but I think he was in possession of stolen property, so what is the?
Well, Judge, no, if he's, if he's being.
Theoretically, it would be grand theft of a firearm. We can do $1 on it.
Count 4 is $1. Count 5 is person younger than 21 purchasing. He either stole it or he purchased it. I don't know which. Count 1. That's going to be $1 bond. And the motion for pretrial detention is granted. Sir, you are to have no contact whatsoever with Michael Paca and stay away from the address where you were arrested at 8370 Southwest 184th Street. No contact means you cannot contact him, you cannot talk to him, write a letter, write an email, or do a text, either directly or indirectly. Do you understand the extent of the contact order?
Yes, ma'am.
How old are you?
20.
With whom do you live?
Who do you live with?
Just my mom and dad.
Just your mom and dad?
Yes.
You know, you have no bond. This is it's one of the most serious cases that we have. And you need to spend the time that you're sitting back there trying to figure out what you're going to do with the rest of your life, because what you did here.
He's presumed not guilty?
I'm sorry?
He's presumed not guilty?
I am presuming him to be not guilty. I am telling him to start thinking what he's going to do the rest of his life.
Yes.
This is an extremely serious allegations. And whether they happen or not at trial, you still were caught up in a very serious situation in somebody else's house at, it was 5 p.m. I don't know what to tell you. Good luck to you. I'm not trying to play people here. I'm just trying to make some kind of an impression on people who are young. Maybe they'll listen. I doubt it, but maybe. Okay, so we have now James Fernandez.
Your Honor, these are added charges for Mr. Fernandez. He was held on an add-on felony bond case on the previous on yesterday's date.
Do you speak English, sir?
We need Mr. Fernandez, one moment.
Who is this defendant? Are you getting these many stay away orders and no contact orders every day?
Just a moment.
Wow.
Hopefully it's just very out of control.
Okay, we're waiting for.
For James Fernandez.
Your Honor, he refused court.
Ms. Corr, you want to waive his presence?
That's fine.
Requesting 2,500 each case.
Okay, he's charged with petty theft, public defenders appointed, and he is $2,500 on count 1 on case that ends in 9902, felony hold 2420141259745.
I think correction says these are added charges, Judge.
Right, okay, on count that is 9903, public defenders appointed waiving his presence, and it is $2,500 bond, and he's not here, so I can't give him a no stay away order. Thank you. Next case is Tommy James.
Your Honor, he's a refusal as well today.
I think this is the third refusal. I don't know if Your Honor wants to just set a bond.
We'll waive his presence, Judge.
Thank you. Public defenders appointed on 9829.
It's 4 cases.
Okay, 9829 is 6 counts of trespassing, 6 counts of petty theft. So counts of the petty, what is the $2,500 on each of the counts?
So Judge, would you do 2,500, 1 through 6, 7 through 12, 500?
Okay.
Would you reduce the bonds on the first 6 counts, Judge, to 1,000 each?
So we have representatives from the victim store who came in who were requesting increased bonds and stay away orders.
7 through, it's $500 each for the trespassing.
And Judge, the first 6 counts, I mean, on some instances, he's charged of taking $12 worth of items, $16 worth of items. We reduce some of the counts, Judge.
You know,
Look, he was just sentenced to 90 days for the same thing in March.
he does not get a stay away order because he's not here. On case 785-9785, that case is from yesterday, May 14th. And that will be a $500 bond. Since he has the other bonds that are pretty high. Okay, anything else on this defendant?
He's got 4 cases, so I think there's 2 more.
Yes, like you said, he has 2 more. So case numbers 9783 from the 10th of May. That will be $500 on count 1. And then lastly,
Judge, on count 2?
Is there a count 2 on that?
Trespass.
Count 2 is trespass will be $1.
That's fine. $1's fine.
I'm going to ignore what he said to the nice cashier. Tommy James, petty theft, count 9784 from May 13. He took a total of 18 umbrellas. On that, it's a $2,500 bond on count 1. Okay, corrections. I'm racing the clock to make you.
And Judge, Mr. Gomez has raised his hand. He's here. We called this case earlier. If I can promote him to find out if there's an issue with the case.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Here on Mr. Supilano.
Yes, Mr. Gomez, how are you?
Good, Your Honor. My apologies. Apparently, you needed me back. Do you still need me back, or did it get taken care of with Mr. Supilano? I think I see now that he has additional charges and a GPS level 1.
He's on page 9, number 31 of the calendar. I didn't write what happened.
Wait, I didn't recall. I don't remember recalling the case at all. So, but it's always nice to see you and enjoy your weekend. Thank you.
So we're good. You don't need me.
We always need lawyers. But case, I don't think we called you back. I don't know how. Why do you think we called you back?
Because I see now that he has GPS. They apparently they found 4 more charges, Your Honor.
Oh, there was an attorney. Wasn't there an attorney here, Miss F?
I'll look it up. I don't even remember.
And
we have.
There was an attorney present for him.
I physically came in.
Oh, then that was you.
Yeah, and I came in and he got ROR'd on everything, but
Okay, here's the deal, counsel. I can explain it to you. He had felonies and he had misdemeanors. So those bonds, that GPS was probably set by the judge in the DV court on those misdemeanors.
Ah, okay. All right, so we're good to go then. Thank you.
Now you're good to go. Have a nice weekend.
You too. Bye-bye.
Do not work this weekend.
Babysitting, Your Honor, babysitting.
The best job, I'm sure.
You're a lucky guy.
I am. Take care.
Oh, thank you. Okay, Nicholas Duranangulo. Okay, those are probably 2 words. Nicholas Duran. Details? Is this, what is your name, sir?
Brad.
Brad what?
Nicholas Duran. Angulo? Angulo.
What is the state's request on this?
Just basically, he went into an apartment on Key Biscayne that was for sale. He broke the sliding glass door and it says that he stole electricity and water. So it's borderline trespass, but he threatened to kill an officer and hunt him down when he gets out of jail. And he also began punching the walls of the police station, causing damage. So state's requesting a bond.
You know, given the nature of the charges, basically he broke into an unoccupied dwelling. What is the bond on that?
So if your Honor's finding burglary, it's a 2nd-degree felony, $7,500.
Judge, I would ask if you'll consider finding probable cause for trespass.
He seems to be living there. It's not just that he sort of walked by. I don't agree with you. According to the charges and the arrest form, he had been there a while. So right now it's $7,500. What is the petty theft state?
The petty theft is for stealing the electricity.
That's $1 bond. And criminal mischief is at the, this is at the station, is that correct? Or is that at the residence?
The criminal mischief, I think it's both, because he caused damage at the station and then he broke the lock on the door.
Okay, what is the bond on the criminal mischief?
$150.
$150 on count 3 and count 4. What is the bond on a threat?
Count 4, 500.
Count 4 is 500. Sir, you have a stay away order from 199 Ocean Lane and apartment, whatever, it's number 201. You cannot be anywhere near that building or apartment. Is that clear? Okay. Nicolas Cervera, 2 cases. Public defender is appointed, and on this case.
One moment, Judge. Right. Nicholas? Mr. Cervera is present now.
You speak English, sir?
Yeah.
Charged with possession of a controlled substance, grand theft, firearm, displaying a firearm, and with whom do you live, sir?
My mother?
Do you work?
Yeah.
Where do you work?
Loctite impact, windows and roofing. I do on sales.
Okay, what is your request on this case?
Is that just a bond?
Wait, I'm looking at the arrest form in 9916. That says he is adjudicated delinquent in reference. Oh, because it's a juvenile case. Okay. And that was a robbery with a weapon?
So it's a traffic stop. They found a gun and they added another charge because he was previously adjudicated delinquent.
I'm gonna give you house arrest, level 2. And alternate bond on count 1 is, what is the standard bond on count 1? It is F2 is 7,500.
Yes.
Alternate bond is 7,500. Count 2, alternate bond is 2,500. Count 3 is.
Judge, on the grant theft of the firearm.
You want a dollar?
A dollar, I would ask for a dollar, Judge. It's a 2024 case. Nothing
Count
binding to
the
that.
dollar and count 4.
No, that would be count 2 for the dollar, Judge. And I also count 3 possibly.
That's fine.
Alternate is $1. Count 3, alternate is $1, and count 4, alternate at this time it's $1. You're at level 2, and you have to stay completely out of trouble. On 9916, possession of, isn't that the same thing?
Oh, he wasn't charged with felon in possession or in the other case.
Okay, I'm gonna add house arrest, and it will be alternate bond on that case is
Standard is 7,500.
7,500 alternate on the second case. Anything else, state?
So on the second case is house arrest alternate 7,500, and that's level 2 on that case.
Both of them are the same, so they should be really treated.
Your Honor, on case 9888, that's 75. What's the rest of the bond?
$1 on the rest of them. Counts 2, 3, and 4 are $1 alternates. Next case is Yacel Hernandez.
Out on felony bond, F252598, B as in Bravo.
What is, count one is, I find.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Thank you, I'm sorry. Possession, the first count that he's charged with is possession of a controlled substance, that is 2,500. And count two is a battery, and that is, what is the charge? What is?
1,000.
I'm sorry?
Standard is 1,000 for battery.
1,000 bond on count two.
Para el primer cargo es tenencia de sustancia regulada. La fianza es por $2,500. Para el segundo cargo, agresión física, fianza estándar de $1,000.
And you are to have no contact whatsoever with the victim KB. No contact means you cannot call her, you cannot talk to her, you cannot have any communications whatsoever with her. And
Y no contacto con la presunta, no contacto con la víctima con las iniciales KB. No puede llamarla, no puede enviar mensajes, no comunicación del todo.
Okay.
and you have a felony hold on F252598.
Y tiene una retención por un delito mayor, F252598.
Doniel Martinez. Mr. Martinez, you speak English?
No.
Señor Martínez, ¿habla inglés?
No.
No.
First case is 9904, and that is from April of 18, burglary with an assault.
Tiene la primera acusación es desde 18 de abril, eso es robo con agresión.
Ms. Corey, I'm reading this arrest form. Can you give me any input into or state the victim was, are they related or they had a relationship?
It's DB. They were involved as a relationship, boyfriend, girlfriend for 7 years and have one child.
Dice en el informe de arresto, según la fiscalía, que esto es un caso relacionado a una violencia intrafamiliar, que ambas partes son relacionadas y tienen de novio, novia, pareja, de una relación de 7 años y tienen un menor de edad en común.
State, what is your request on the first case 9904?
State filed a motion for pretrial detention on the burglary with the battery.
Okay, but what is the, that's a no bond, correct?
Yes.
Count one, I find probable cause for burglary and with an assault or battery. He not only attempted to take the woman out of the car, he also backed up his car allegedly and ran into the car.
You need the interpreter, right?
Sí, dice que en el primer cargo, señor, es un cargo de robo con agresión, que usted sacó a la víctima del carro y que también retrocedió.
And with his car.
Y también retrocedió con el auto, con su carro.
Count one, it's no bond.
Judge, would you consider house arrest with an alternate bond of no bond?
This time.
Estaba solicitando su abogada que si le daban arresto domiciliario y la señora jueza ha dicho que no. Primer cargo, no fianza.
Count two is burglary occupied. Isn't that the same thing as the count one? State-
There's actually twice. I think there's two incidences.
I'm sorry, one?
So, one second. I think he went into the car twice.
Que usted retrocedió con el auto 2 veces.
Looks like it's one.
$2,500 bond.
Una fianza de 2,500.
Count three, grand theft. Did he accomplish taking the other car or?
The
I don't-
grand theft is for the phone.
I don't see any value for the phone.
The petty theft is fine.
$100 on count three.
100, Your Honor, you said?
Yes, 100.
$100 por el tercer cargo.
Count four is criminal mischief. Count, that's $100.
Y para el cuarto cargo es daños a la propiedad ajena, $100.
What was count one?
Count one is no bond.
Primer cargo, no hay fianza.
Now, the next case is from yesterday or May 14, case number 9905.
El segundo, bueno, ahora el próximo cargo es al 14 de mayo, que el cargo termina el número 9905, right, Your Honor?
Yes.
El número del cargo es 9905.
Judge, I'd ask you to find probable cause for a trespass. There's nothing indicating that the items taken weren't his. It just moved out.
La abogada está solicitando que está diciendo que no hay motivo fundado por entrada ilícita, que nada indica que esos artículos no eran suyos.
He hadn't lived there for a month. I don't know. It doesn't say they were his.
Well, what is the bond for trespassing?
500.
Okay, on that count, it's $500 bond.
En el cargo de entrada ilícita es la fianza por $500.
I'm granting the state's request for pretrial detention.
Estoy concediendo la petición por parte de la Fiscalía de detención previa al juicio.
Mr. Martinez, listen to me and listen to me really carefully.
El señor Martínez, escúcheme cuidadosamente y escúcheme bien.
You are to have no contact whatsoever with the victim whose initials are YM.
Usted no puede tener ningún contacto por ninguna razón con la víctima con las iniciales YM.
No contact means you cannot talk to her, you cannot call her, you cannot write a letter to her, you cannot have any electronic communication. Do you understand that?
No contacto significa no contacto, no la puede llamar, no puede escribirle cartas, no puede tener comunicación por medios electrónicos. ¿Entiende eso?
Sí.
Yes.
Judge changes this order and good luck to you.
Your Honor, you said something about an order?
Until a judge changes my.
Okay, thank you. Hasta que esto queda vigente, señor, queda en vigor hasta que otro juez cambie mi orden. Suerte para usted.
Coy Sudden. On this case,
Requesting a bond plus house arrest.
I find probable cause assault. Aggravated assault is only $5,000.
Yes.
Count 1 is 5,000. Count 2 is a battery is 1,000. And count 3, the weapon is 500 plus house arrest. Sir, you have a no contact order with the victim, Kimberly Lamb. It means you cannot talk to her, you cannot call her, you cannot have any communications either directly or indirectly, and you cannot write her a letter or an email or a text. You understand the extent of the no contact order?
Yes, ma'am.
So Judge, I see no prior record for Mr. Sutton. Would you do an alternate house arrest?
Judge, I want him on house arrest.
And he went to her house. He's lucky that he wasn't charged with a no bond or a life felony case. This is.
Well, she's arriving. I don't think he was at her house, Judge. It looks like she arrived at somebody else's house. So it doesn't look like he went to her house.
Allegedly, he was at somebody's home and he arrived with a gun. I'm gonna require a bond and house and can bring it up with the division judge.
Would you do level 3, Judge?
Does he work?
Yes.
Yes, Judge.
Level 3. Rodney Williams. Rodney Williams. Okay, on this case, the public defender is appointed and
Your Honor, he's being held on an AC no bond.
right. And he has tampering is $2,500 bond on this case.
Judge,
Can I do
typically
a
the judge
dollar
splits
count
it
too?
I'm sorry.
down or 2,000 and then 500 count 2.
Either way is fine.
You want to do 2,000 count 1, 500 count 2, Judge?
Yeah. 2,000 count 1, 500 count. And he is out in felony bond F258008. And Anthony Martin.
This is the added charge, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Martin, is this Mr. Martin?
Yes, Judge.
Public defender is appointed, and on this case, it is a $2,500 bond.
2 counts.
Okay. What are the 2 counts, state?
2 counts of attempted burglary.
There are 2 different cars?
Yes.
Do you do probable cause for attempted trespass, Judge?
State, where is the second attempted burglary on the car, on another car?
There's the gray pickup truck and the black SUV.
Okay, so on this case, it is $2,500 on count 1. It's
Are you finding probable cause for attempted burglary or attempted trespass, Judge? There's nothing indicating any crime therein.
on the second one. I'm gonna make that a $500 bond, and he's in on other charges. So, last but not least, we have Alex Arango. Is this Mr. Arango?
Yes, Judge. I'd ask if you would consider tap, Judge.
Tap and alternate.
He was just sentenced to 20 days. On May 8th.
I'm gonna order him into tap, alternate bond,
Overstates objections.
2,500. Sir, stay away from the 7-Eleven. Stay at 3298 Northwest 2079th Street. And stay away from there. Stay away from trouble. Corrections, how many cases do we have for the afternoon?
There's two judges, I think that we.
People left.
I'm
We have
sorry?
future court date for Mr. Arango.
It was June 16th, I think. Judge Cruz 2-5.
Sir, you have to be in court on June the 16th at 9 o'clock, courtroom 6-1. Okay. And we have Mayra Hernandez, correct? And there was another one? Mayra Hernandez is, or who is the next defendant? Ramera?
And we have two more and then that's it.
Okay, but tell me who you want me to call first.
Whichever one you want, Your Honor. We have Mr. Ramata.
Okay, he's right there. Public defenders appointed, battery on a detainee.
Then add a charge.
Okay. And what is the regular bond on that?
2,500. Victims Jonathan Milford.
I'm sorry, what?
2,500.
Judge, would you consider releasing Mr. Rameta on this case?
He has on May 22nd, he has a end of sentence that he's been in custody for.
So he's only got 5 or 6 more, but 6 more days left.
It's pretty violent though. I was gonna do maybe a $1,500 bond. I think a bond's appropriate.
I'm sorry, is the victim a correct?
Another inmate.
Would you consider an ROR and giving him a future court date? Pardon, Judge?
$1,500 bond, you can ask the court to reduce the bond. Okay, what else? And the last case is Mayra Hernandez. And we had passed this because.
Corrections didn't have her at the time.
Oh, okay. And does she qualify for PTS?
Judges are serious charges.
I am on Mayra Hernandez. Let me see the, oh, okay, the trafficking, okay.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Okay, do we have their priors? If not, don't worry about it. Yeah.
Interpreter is present.
Thank you. Charge 1 is possession of cocaine. Charge 2 is possession of cocaine with intent to trafficking. How much was how much cocaine was there?
There was 1 second.
La acusación número 1 tiene posesión de cocaína. La número 2 tiene posesión de cocaína con intención de vender o traficar.
43.6.
43.6 tenía.
All right, this is major amounts of drugs. 32 pills, 24 baggies, cocaine, 19 rectangular pills, 45 pills, 91 pills, 88, 43 grams of cocaine. Okay. Where trafficking is count 2, is that correct?
So she starts with trafficking. Count 2 is possession of a place for the purpose of trafficking.
Oh, a place, okay. So possession of cocaine, count 1 is, isn't that?
It's a lesser to the trafficking.
If I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Señora, usted tiene los cargos de posesión de cocaína, otra posesión de drogas con intención de traficar o vender. Tenía 32 pilas de una, tendría 24 bolsitas, tenía cocaína, 19 píldoras rectangulares, 45, 91 píldoras, aparte 88 píldoras y 43 gramos de cocaína.
Okay, let me start with the trafficking. Is that count 3?
Yes.
Okay, what is the bond on that?
Standard bond for first degree felonies is 15,000.
Okay, count 3 is 15,000. Count 1, is it possession of the same cocaine?
I believe so.
Okay, is that duplicate?
Yes, Judge, but you are her on count 1.
No, I'm gonna do a $1 bond on count 1, because there is probable cause. Count 2, the possession of a place, what is the bond on that?
7,500.
Count 2 is $7,500 bond. Count 4. Control, possession of a control, and that's all the pills. What is the bond on that?
That I think should be for the Xanax. Standard bond is 2,500.
If I may, please.
500. Go ahead.
La acusación número 3 tiene entonces la fianza de $15,000, que es una fianza estándar. La número 1, posesión, $1. La número 2 tiene una fianza de $7,500. La número 4, control o posesión de una sustancia controlada. Creemos que es Xanax, $2,500, que es la fianza estándar.
And then lastly, trafficking in Oxycontin is, what is the bond on that?
So the standard is 15,000, but she is facing a pretty significant minimum mandatory. I don't know if Your Honor would increase it.
It's already pretty high bond now, would Your Honor?
We had dozens and dozens of other pills in addition to the Oxycontin. I'm gonna require a $25,000 bond on count 4, and I'm gonna require a Nebia hearing. I don't know if anybody requested it, but.
The state's requesting one.
Okay.
Entonces, tenía montos significativos de otras sustancias controladas. En la acusación 4 le vamos a dar $25,000 de fianza y vamos a hacer una audiencia de Nebia.
Anything else for the state?
¿Algo más para
Your
la
Honor,
fiscalía?
that 25,000, that was on count 5, correct?
Count 5, correct.
En la 5 era la de 2,000, la de $25,000.
Okay, let me, because it's an unusual amount, and count 1 is $1. Count 2, $7,500. Count 3, $15,000. Count 4, $2,500. Count 5, $25,000 plus a Nebia hearing.
Entonces, para resumir todo, tenemos que en la número 1, la posesión es $1 de fianza. En la número 2, $7,500. La número 3, $15,000. La número 4, $2,500. Y la número 5, $25,000 más una audiencia de Nebia.
Sorry. Okay, anything else for the state?
No.
For the defense?
Judge, Mr. Takachel has raised his hand for a 2007 case. I typed earlier in the chat that should go to division. It will not be before this court.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Takachet, you need to address this case, that case in a division case, not me. Is the person before the court? Corrections, how many cases do we have in the afternoon? 300?
Not sure, Your Honor.
The calendar's running.
Here's the calendar.
It's 4 pages, Your Honor.
Oh, so it's super small. What's the best? What's the best?
Super small, but it's 4 pages. Plus the added, plus the add-on.
No, why add-ons? Why?
Judge, as soon as the corrections, what time do you need to come back?
1 hour.
You
Can
guys
do 2:20?
2:30. Okay, 2:30. Everybody has worked really hard, and Eric worked extra hard, and 2:30. Enjoy lunch.
Yeah. And heard you say 2,500. I just want to clarify. Good afternoon, everybody. All rise and raise your right hand, please.
Buenas tardes a todos. Por favor, levántense y levanten la mano derecha.
Everyone rise.
Levántense.
Raise your right hand.
Levanten la mano derecha.
Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say I do.
Juran que lo que van a decir es la verdad, nada más que la verdad.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to ask counsel to please state your appearances for the record. State.
Nessa F on behalf of the state.
Rebecca Corey, Assistant Public Defender. Good
And
afternoon.
Clerk, our pre-trial corrections. The clerk pulled a file, State versus Martinez, case is 259904, and the count 1 was no bond. Count 2 is $7,500. Okay? No, that didn't go anywhere. It's corrections then. Yeah. Corrections, Ms. Corey, is anybody, can you hear me, Ms. Corey?
Yes, yes, Judge, I can hear you.
Okay.
When I had looked at the case earlier, Judge, I had 2,500 for count 2. That's what you indicated.
Okay, I have it written down, 7,500. It's a second-degree felony. And then count 3 was 100, count 4 is 100. Anything else? Corrections, do you need, or does anybody need anything else on this case? If not, I'm gonna get it back to the clerk.
That's all, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's do the afternoon. First case I have Nancy Orison.
Your Honor, can we pass for a second?
Okay. And Alston Nasha.
Your Honor, she went to Ward D, reset for tomorrow.
Okay. Tomorrow is May 17, correct?
Yes. Your Honor, review for PC. It looks like she stabbed the victim with either a pocket knife or scissors. They found a sharp black dart in her purse.
Yes, I find probable cause for battery with a deadly weapon, so I'm gonna put here PC found. Okay. Ms. Corey, do you want me to appoint you now or when she's before the court?
Yes, Judge, you can do that now.
Public defender is appointed on that case. The next case is Amy McCray. Has a felony bond. In this case, she has possession of cocaine. Public defender is appointed and
Requesting 2,000 count 1, 500 count 2.
count 1 is probable cause, 2,000 bond, count 2, 500, and felony hold on case number 22-14319.
It's an AC, Your Honor. She's being held no bond.
Okay, no bond on that.
But she'll see her judge Monday.
And Floyd Shania, or Shania Floyd, battery on Miss Floyd, you're charged with battery on a police officer.
So I don't see any local priors, but it looks like she may be here on vacation from Chicago.
Okay, on this case, public defender is appointed and the battery on a police officer is 20, what's that, 2,500?
It is 5,000.
I'm sorry?
5,000.
$5,000 bond on count 1 and count 2 is the battery. Is the battery the same as?
No, so actually it should really be an ag bat. Because she struck the victim with a bottle, causing a golf ball sized contusion. And then the bat Leo is scratching Detective Vealman. So if Your Honor would set 1,000 on the battery.
Okay, count 1 is 5,000. Okay, which one is the, count 1 is the detective, so that's 5,000. Count 2 is the battery, count 1,000. You have a stay away order from Marshawn Pope. Cannot contact him, cannot have anything to do with him until further court order. total is $6,000 bond. Yanilos Garces, this was from this morning.
Right, so it's a custody release from the hospital. Corrections, were you able to bring her so we could tell her about the modification?
It's coming. She's-
Okay, cool. So we'll wait till this defendant's done.
I'm sorry, one?
So Miss Garces is gonna go to the hospital. And Your Honor spoke to her dad earlier.
Passing her for right now. They went to pick.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Betty Soto.
1 second, Your Honor. The females are coming in now.
Soto should qualify for pretrial.
Judge, we do have a private attorney case available. Would you be willing to take them out of turn?
Okay, on which case?
Mr. Rodriguez, Luis Rodriguez, on page 3. He has private attorney Roy Khan, Spanish interpreter, Español. Español, por favor.
Yes, of course.
Mr. Khan. Let me see, let me promote him to a panelist.
Rodriguez.
Actually, there's 2 lawyers here. There's Mr. Vidi's here also. For him.
Hay 2 abogados acá.
Oh.
Un momento, señor, yo soy la intérprete.
Ask him if he speaks English, please.
Spanish.
¿Usted habla inglés, señor?
No.
No.
Oh, you lawyer representing you is, who is representing?
I don't see Mr. Khan on Zoom anymore.
Judge, don't worry about it. I'm on. Anna Davidi on behalf of Mr. Rodriguez.
La abogada Gisela Divide está presentando al señor.
Okay, and you're gonna file a notice of appearance for him?
Judge, I surrendered him this morning. Yes, at 6 a.m.
Sí, yo le entregué esta mañana a su señoría, ella va a entregar a la abogada una notificación de que ya lo va a representar.
So, counsel,
Right, Mr. Khan was covering for me because I was in a meeting till right this moment. That's why he got off.
Okay.
El otro abogado se fue porque estaba cubriendo por mí.
So I don't know if counsel wants pretrial or if we can agree to a bond, 2,500 count.
I would rather have pre-trial. He lives with his
That's
daughter.
fine,
He
Judge. If
has
we
a
could do
valid
pretrial
address.
services, alternate 2,500 each count. And I'm sorry to the interpreter.
Thank you so much. Ok, entonces le estaba ofreciendo el programa previo a juicio y él vive, dice la abogada que ella prefiere que le den ese programa y que lo dejen salir bajo ese programa y que él vive con su hija. Entonces dice que la fiscal que alternamente la fianza son 2,500.
Pretrial services, alternate bond, count 1, what is the state request?
Standard, Judge, I'll agree to 2,500 each count as an alternate.
2,500 alternate count 1, 2,500 alternate count 2, and 2,500 alternate count 3. Good luck to you and Mr.
Entonces,
Miss, that's gonna run all of it concurrent. Alternate bond is a total of 25.
It's not, no. The alternate bond is,
right?
it's not concurrent. So the alternate bond is 7,500.
It's 7,500.
Entonces, señor, le están diciendo que lo dejan salir bajo el programa, pero que por cada cargo que usted tiene, que son 3, por cada uno son 2,500, un total de $7,500 de fianza alternamente.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, stay out of trouble and you have an excellent attorney. Nice to see you, Ms. David. I hope you're not
nice to see you, Judge.
Car with the wheel on the right, because you're.
No, someone's driving me. I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
I have my son. Have a wonderful
Señor.
weekend. It is seeing you, Judge. Long time.
That's right. And you have a son who drives you.
Yeah. Well, at least today I do. Yeah.
Okay, nice to see you. Betty Soto.
Okay, señor, ya terminó.
Your Honor, can we start from the females? Now we have the females here.
Who do you want to call? Garces or Orison?
Look, I have a file called Betty Soto is what I have. Do you have Soto?
Yes, all the females are here. Can we start from number 1, Your Honor?
I don't know what number 1 is.
Morrison.
We have Betty Soto.
Okay, let's do Betty Soto, please. And after that, I'm gonna do Shirley Salon. It's the next one here. And let me know when you have the lady that's going to the hospital. That's the last name is Garces. Miss Soto, do you speak English? BTS.
No
Yes,
objection.
I'm sorry, does she speak English?
Yes, she speaks English. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Public defender is appointed and, okay, I don't have her priors.
Charles, good.
Alternate is 2,500. The next case I have is Shirley Salam. Shirley Salam. Public defender is appointed.
Judge, I don't know if she's going to qualify for a PD if you want to ask.
You know what? I really don't have the time to do.
Okay.
I'm going to appoint them and it's up to them to figure out the affidavit. And
Judge, I would ask if you find probable cause for a petty theft. There's nothing indicating that Miss Salam did not have permission to enter into her father's home.
Right. Or alternatively, a battery.
Any priors?
No priors that I'm aware of.
2,500. Ma'am, you have to stay away from Guy Salam, your father. Stay away from there. I don't know if you live together or not. Stay away from him until further court order. Do you live? Can you find out if they live in the same address?
You live the same. No, Judge, they do not.
Okay, so I don't need to do 72 hours. Thank you.
So, Judge, you said pretrial alternate 2,500?
Yes.
And what are you finding probable cause for?
I was suggesting battery.
Battery. Nancy Orison. I'm sorry. No?
No matter which one you want to select, and when you choose the pattern, because you think of it anyway, we have other cases, you put on the other one this one. But look, we have three and there was missing the three.
Okay, Nancy Orison, battery. Thank you, bye. Who is the victim in the relationship? Is that her mother or aunt or?
Her mom.
And who was transported? The mom was sent to the hospital or no? The daughter was sent to the hospital, right?
Yeah, the defendant. For clearance before booking.
And there are no priors. And does she have a place that she can stay?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
I would ask for pretrial services and a probable cause finding a simple battery.
The age is listed.
And I'm going to do $2,500 alternate on a battery. And ma'am, you cannot have any contact with Annette Orison until further court order. And does she need 72 hours to go get stuff, Miss Corey?
Yes, Judge.
Wait, you have 72 hours and to go get your stuff with a police officer. Don't contact your mother until the judge changes the order of no contact. You understand that?
Yes, I understand.
Okay. Next case is Jumis Roman.
Or just we can bring in Garces to tell her about the hospital and the modified stay order.
Is Garces there? No.
We need a Spanish interpreter for Miss Garces, please.
Okay, Ms. Garces, good afternoon.
Señora Garcés. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I couldn't hear you.
Good afternoon.
Buenas tardes, señora. Good afternoon.
Okay. Your father agreed that you can go to the hospital.
Su papá está de acuerdo que usted vaya al hospital.
And he also agreed that he can have contact with you and you can have contact with him.
Y también él está de acuerdo que usted puede tener contacto con él y él puede tener contacto con usted.
Yo no quiero más problemas.
I don't want any other more problems.
Okay, listen to me, please, for a couple of minutes, okay?
Escúcheme por unos momentos, por favor, escuche.
It is very important that you, if the doctor tells you that you please take your medication.
Es muy importante, si el doctor le dice a usted que usted tiene que tomarse su medicamento.
Okay, you have to take medication to help yourself.
Usted tiene que tomar medicamentos para ayudarse a usted misma.
So you're going to go to the hospital, do please what the doctors tell you.
Entonces usted va a ir para el hospital y por favor haga lo que los doctores le digan que usted tiene que hacer.
So that you can get better and then this case and eventually resolve this case.
Para que usted se mejore y eventualmente este caso se resuelva.
So
Yes.
amended, and I am entering an amended order of pretrial release conditions to supersede the order entered on May 15th.
Entonces voy a entrar una orden enmendada de la orden que había de pretrial release de previo a juicio y esta va a superseder a la que se entró en mayo 15.
Okay, so what is the release status in order
It's
for
going
her?
to be custody release to Southern Winds, and Your Honor needs to set an alternate bond.
Ella la van a poner en la sala del el pabellón del sur y entonces su señoría tiene que poner cuál es la fianza.
I would ask for an alternate bond of 1,000, Judge.
Alternate bond is 1,000.
Y la fianza alterna son $1,000.
So Judge, I prepared an order for custody release, and I have asked Judge De La O to sign it on your behalf.
Okay, I think I've told you that I changed his name to Saint De La O. Actually, Miguel would be easier, actually.
Entonces el juez le firmó a favor de la jueza una orden.
Ms. Garces, do you have any questions about your release?
Señora Garcés, ¿usted tiene alguna pregunta acerca de que usted la va a dejar, señora, ir para el hospital?
No, ninguna, pero yo quiero confirmar que yo tengo mi doctor, tengo mi medicina. Okay. Sí.
No, but I want to confirm that I have my doctor and I have my medication.
Okay, because you are in court, in a court proceeding.
Como usted está, señorita, aquí en el tribunal, en un procedimiento legal,
we can only release you to certain hospitals that have security.
nosotros la podemos dejar ir bajo un lugar, un hospital que tenga cierta seguridad.
Get to
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I couldn't hear you.
When you get to Southern Winds Hospital where you are being released,
Ok, cuando usted llegue al hospital, cuando usted llegue al hospital que la van a dejar ir allí, que se llama Southern Wing,
they will ask you about your history and your medications.
ellos le van a preguntar a usted de sus antecedentes y de sus medicamentos.
And so tell them what you just told me, and they will, if needed, call that doctor and make sure that you are on the correct medications.
Entonces usted le dice a ellos, cuando le pregunten, usted le dice a ellos lo que usted me acaba de decir a mí, y seguramente ellos van a llamar a su doctor para asegurarse que le manden los medicamentos adecuados.
Ms. Garces, medications work if you take them.
Señora Garcés, los medicamentos trabajan si usted se los toma.
If you put them in a little purse, if you put them here and you don't take them, they don't help you.
Si usted lo pone adentro de una cartera, entonces, y no se los toma, entonces no funcionan.
Okay? So
Okay.
try to remember, it doesn't work over there.
Ok, tómeselo usted, no trabajan por allá.
No.
No.
Okay, I have a very, very good attorney, Miss Corey. Does she have your contact number?
Usted tiene una muy buena abogada. Está preguntando si usted tiene el teléfono de ella.
¿Abogado? ¿Cómo
¿De
se
attorney?
llama? ¿Usted?
You?
Okay.
Bien.
So everybody is trying to help you, Miss Garces,
Ella está tratando de ayudarla, señora Garcés.
and everybody else, including her father.
Y todo el mundo la está tratando de ayudar, incluyendo su papá.
Pero él que no me diga más nada. Que no
For him not to tell me more anything else.
nada, mi papá. Is she done?
Okay, thank you. Good luck to you.
Buena suerte.
The next case is Julmis Roland or Rolene.
Should qualify for pretrial.
PTS.
Wait, turn around the other way. There you go.
Public defender is appointed, and in this case, pretrial services. Alternate is 2,500. Count two is $1. Cedric Wallace. Mr. Wallace is here. Public defender is appointed.
Pretrial may take him.
PTS. I'm so excited. Pretrial services, alternate is 2,500. Mr. Wallace, you have a very, very small amount of priors. Don't ruin the rest of your life. You're right in the middle of life, actually 1/3 of life, because we all get much older. I usually give speeches to younger people. Good luck to you. Juan Delgado.
Your Honor, he has an open traffic. He'll be going to Jella Raymond next.
Spanish is preferred, please.
You're charged with fleeing and eluding a police officer, drag racing.
Entonces, señor, que usted estaba eludiendo a la policía y que estaba echando carreras en la carretera.
Public defender is appointed.
El defensor público ha sido nombrado en su defensa.
Pretrial services.
The state's requesting a bond.
La fiscalía está pidiendo una fianza.
It's an illegal street takeover, motorcycles, and he fled from the police.
Estaba en una calle realmente montado en una motocicleta y se escapó de la policía.
He drove head on into a marked unit. And then
Y vio que estaba marcada la policía y se fue. Se fue.
maybe house arrest, but the state's objection to trial.
A lo mejor que le pongan arresto domiciliario.
He has no arrest history at all, Judge. I would ask for pretrial services.
La defensa está pidiendo que lo dejen salir bajo un programa porque usted no tiene ningún historial de haber sido arrestado anteriormente.
He's only been in the country for about 3 years and he doesn't even have a driver's license.
Ha estado en este país por 3 años y ni tan siquiera tiene una licencia de manejar.
With whom do you live?
¿Con quién vive usted, señor?
Vivo con mi papá y mi mamá, señora, pero
With my
bueno,
mother and my father.
yo estoy en proceso de licencia, señora.
I am in the process of getting my license.
Do you work or are you in school?
¿Usted está en la escuela o usted trabaja?
Estoy en la escuela, señora.
I'm in school.
Let me tell you something. I am going to give you pretrial services.
Déjame decirte algo. Te voy a dar el programa previo a juicio.
Cannot drive until you get a license. And this case, number one, could have cost you your life. A head-on collision with a motorcycle, you lose. You're lucky that you're here, not in the hospital.
Ok, señor, entonces le voy a dejar salir bajo el programa previo a juicio, pero déjeme decirle algo. Usted no puede manejar sin tener una licencia. Número uno, usted hubiera podido perder su vida en esta situación porque si usted choca de frente con lo que sea, usted es el que recibe el impacto.
Tell him I said that he's lucky that he's here and not in the hospital.
Y usted tiene suerte de estar aquí y no en un hospital.
2,500 alternate count 1, 2,500 alternate count 2, 500 alternate count 3, and he is going to, I guess, traffic court for the no valid driver's license.
Entonces, señor, por el cargo número 1 son 2,500 de fianza, por el cargo número 2, 2,500 de fianza, por el cargo número 3, $500 de fianza, y va a ir a la escuela de tráfico por el manejar sin tener una licencia válida.
And you have a no drive order. You cannot drive until you get a driver's license.
Y usted tiene una orden judicial de no manejo. Usted no puede manejar si no tiene una licencia válida.
Okay, and then we have Manuel Garcia.
Ya, señor.
It is over state's objection. Corrections, is it still medical?
Yes, NBC medical.
So if we could reset it for tomorrow.
May 17. Fabian Mejia.
Should qualify for a program.
Do you speak English, sir?
¿Habla inglés, señor?
Yes.
Public defenders appointed pretrial services, alternate bond is count 1, 2,500, and count 2 is $1. Jerry Pascal. Jerry Pascal. Are you Mr. Pascal?
Yes, Judge.
Public defenders appointed.
So he did 20 years in prison for murder. He was in custody from 2003 until 2024, requesting a bond.
Looks like it was an arrest date sometime in 2001. That would have been when he was 16 years old. So Judge, I would ask if you would be willing to order Mr. Pascal into pretrial services.
They won't take him.
Would you do tap then, Judge?
Sir, where do you live?
I live in North Miami Beach.
Okay, I can't hear you.
He said North Miami Beach.
Are you working?
No, ma'am. I was driving trucks, but the company I was driving for, they ain't got that company no more. So I'm looking for a job now.
Judge, it's a moped case. He indicated the police said he bought it from somebody.
I'm gonna give you tap. You know, I there's nothing I can tell you about being in prison. There isn't. So I cannot imagine how difficult life is for you to get a job, to keep a job, to find a job, to be able to get to the job. So I'm gonna order you into tap, and the alternate bond is $2,500. Good luck. Shaka Shilsum. This is an arrest warrant. Where's Mr. Wilson? Is this Mr. Wilson?
This is Mr. Chisholm.
Chisholm.
On page 4, the bottom page 4, number 15.
Yeah, I have Shaka Shilsum.
Correct.
And it's an arrest warrant for armed robbery that has been, probable cause has already been found. So at this time, the public defender is appointed. There is only one count in this arrest, in this.
There's
arrest.
two.
Should be quick out, John. And I see no, on the warning, so these are the counts.
Oh wait, count 1 is no bond. Count 2 is, does count 2 carry a bond or no?
Standard is 7,500.
Okay, because the arrest warrant doesn't state an amount, it just possession of a firearm.
Okay.
Okay, so count 1 is no bond, count 2 is $7,500 bond. And there is a motion for pretrial detention is granted. And there is a stay away order. Sir, You are to stay away from Shauki Bougani, Boughani. Stay away from that person completely. State, anything else in this case?
No.
Okay. Defense, anything else? Okay. You don't give me a break at all. All right, I have to sign some stuff. The next case will be Otis Brown.
I have him out on felony bond F 25-2849.
Okay. On this case, public defender is appointed and you're charged with possession of cocaine with intent to sell within 1,000 feet of the school, possession of cannabis.
So Judge, I would ask that you find no probable cause for the enhancement.
State, where is
That's
this?
fine. So just set 7,500, count one, $1, count two.
Okay, count, possession, without the enhancement, it's 7,500, am I correct?
Right. So it's possession with intent, but no enhancement. It talks about a convenience store, but it doesn't go into too many details.
Okay, so 7,500 on count one and count two is $1. And he has a felony hold 252849. Roderick Maxwell.
We'll leave the alleged victims here.
I'm sorry, what?
The victims here?
Okay. Yes, good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good, and you? Hello.
Hi, how are you? You're Miss Howard?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did you want to tell me something?
I don't want a stay away order, or I'm not pressing charges against Roderick. She just told me to let you know. I had to come to court to let you know that.
Did anybody threaten you or force you to make the statement to the court that you just did?
No, ma'am.
Did you all live together before this incident in March?
Yes, ma'am. We're married. We stay together.
Okay. And you were continued to live together after March 14th?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Seth, what is the request of the state at this time?
I mean, if the victim's the victim said she doesn't want a stay away order. So it's up to you, Judge, about the modification. I think what was it, a phone?
Yes. And I called them to let them know that I thought he took the phone, but when we had the altercation, he hid the phone in a closet. My son ended up finding the phone, so he never physically left out of the home with the phone.
Wait. And you have, how long have you been married to each other?
We've been married for 4 years, and we knew each other for over 17 years. Our son is 17 years old.
Where does he go to school?
Miami Northwestern.
Yay. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, you don't want me to do any kind of a stay away order?
The judge,
No, ma'am.
the owner would modify it, so no violent contact, but they can still be together.
You want me to give you a vacation?
Please.
I don't think that's a vacation.
Right, she was saying a vacation away from him.
Oh, no, ma'am. Together. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay, I am going to say here, you cannot own any weapons. Number 4, I'm putting not applicable. Number 5 is not applicable. Number 6, the defendant is allowed to have contact with the victim, but is prohibited from being physically threatening or violent towards the victim in any manner whatsoever. So I am putting my initials on that so that this doesn't happen again. And number 7 is not applicable. And then
Yes,
this
ma'am.
case is either gonna get filed or not. Do you have any objections to giving your husband an ROR, meaning release on his own?
I'm so sorry. I don't know what that means.
So instead of paying money to a bondsman or going to a program, the judge wants to know if you just want him released.
Yes, please. I would like some release.
Mr. Maxwell, you spent the night in jail. You got arrested. I don't need to give you a speech, right?
No.
And you know, and I know that our kids do what they see,
their parents do. Yeah.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
You can tell them everything in the world, and I'm a mom, and I'm aware of how tough it is, but just be aware that whatever's going on between both of you, he's watching.
Yes.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Don't get into any more.
Your Honor, what was the bond?
There's no bond, it's ROR. You know what, let me write something.
I can exit the call?
I'm sorry, what?
Can I exit?
You're good to go, man. Thank you for coming.
Okay, thank you. Have a great day.
But just be aware that I'm writing here that the victim appeared and agrees to an ROR and does not want a
stay away order.
Stay away order. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Good luck.
Thank you.
Osbel Abraante. We're almost there. Eric, we're gonna do it.
We're almost there to finishing the calendar. I'll need to know where it's going.
I'll stay with you if you need
Spanish
help.
interpreter, please.
Public defenders
Of
appointed.
course. ¿Le nombraron el defensor público, señor?
He's charged with possession of amphetamines, more than 16 grams or, yeah, more than
14 grams, so trafficking.
Entonces, señor, posesión de anfetaminas, más de 14 gramos.
So on count 1, what is the bond on count 1?
15,000.
15,000, and on count 2,
standard is 2,500.
count 2, it's 2,500, and he has a felony hold 255999.
Entonces, señor, por el cargo número 1 son $15,000 de fianza, por el cargo número 2 son $2,500 de fianza, y usted tiene una retención por un delito mayor número 255999.
Juan Sarracen Valladares. Mr. Saracen, do you speak English, sir?
Spanish, please.
Yes.
With 3 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. State, what is a deadly weapon?
A knife.
Ok, entonces, señor, usted tiene 3 cargos de agresión o agresión con agravantes con un arma mortífera, que es un cuchillo.
Was victim number 1 cut?
La víctima número 1 recibió una cortada.
No, I don't think anyone was cut. Victim 1 was struck in the face.
Okay.
No, ninguna persona creo que fue cortada si no le dieron un golpe a uno en la cara.
I know that the victim is here. I don't know if she wants to talk to you. If so, raise your hand on Zoom, write something in the chat.
La víctima está aquí, no sé si la víctima quiere hablar con el tribunal, que levante la mano en la plataforma, que levante la mano electrónicamente.
Do you know what the name of the person is?
Angelica.
Angélica, si Angélica está presente, por favor póngase en audio.
She needs to accept the promotion. She's joining now. She can
Okay.
turn on her video, please.
Ok, señora Angélica, por favor póngase en video y en audio. Señora Angélica, póngase en video, señora, y en audio.
Okay, you're Anna, you speak English?
¿Habla inglés, señora?
No.
No.
Okay, do you want to say something to me because Mr. Sarracent is here before the court?
Señor, ¿usted me quiere decir algo a mí, hablando la jueza, porque el señor Sarracén está aquí en corte?
Solamente si le dan la fianza, se podría tener alguna orden de alejamiento, pero solamente yo ahora no tengo para dónde ir. Tengo una bebé pequeña.
Ok, un momentito, señora. If you give him a bond, I want a stay away order. I have a baby and I don't have a place to go.
Well, the stay away order is as to him, not as to you.
Bueno, la orden de alejamiento es para él, no es para usted.
Okay.
Okay.
The child that you have is with him?
¿Y el menor ese que usted tiene es con él?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And you are concerned for your safety if he does not have a stay away order? Am I understanding that yes, you do want a stay away order? Is that correct?
Entonces usted tiene preocupación por su seguridad, que usted está solicitando de que le pongan una orden de alejamiento para su protección.
Sí.
Yes.
Public defender is appointed. You are charged, sir, with 3 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, a knife, and 1 count of battery.
Entonces, señor, usted tiene 3 cargos de agresión con agravantes, con un arma mortífera, que es un cuchillo, y el otro cargo es agresión física.
Are you working?
¿Usted está trabajando, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
Where do you work?
¿Dónde trabaja usted?
Vale, parking.
Valet parking.
And how long have you worked there?
¿Y cuánto tiempo hace que usted trabaja allí?
Hace más de 5 meses porque trabajaba en otro valet y me cambié para ese.
More than 5 months because I was working for another valet parking and then I changed to this one.
Okay, I am going to see how long have you lived in Miami, sir?
¿Cuánto tiempo hace que usted ha vivido en Miami, señor?
1 año.
1 year.
Where did you live before?
Anteriormente, ¿dónde vivía usted?
En Naples.
Naples.
State, what is your request?
House arrest.
Está pidiendo, la fiscalía está solicitando que le pongan en arresto domiciliario.
I'm going to give you house arrest, level 3, so you can work.
Le voy a dar, señor, arresto domiciliario nivel número 3 para que usted pueda trabajar.
And it's count 1, alternate bond is $2,500. Count 2, alternate bond $2,500. Count 3, $2,500. Count 4, alternate bond is $1,000.
Judge, there's actually 2 counts of battery.
A total of 5, Your Honor.
Okay, so thank you. Count 5, $1,000.
Okay, entonces, señor, por el cargo número 1, 2,500 de fianza. Cargo número 2, 2,500 de fianza. Cargo número 3, 2,500 de fianza. Cargo número 4, $1,000 de fianza. Y cargo número 5, $1,000 de fianza.
Okay, I am putting yes on paragraph number 7 in case there's a child, a case dealing with the child. Sir, go ahead.
Sí, go ahead, Your Honor.
Judge, could you repeat that?
Okay, counts in the stay away order. And we usually don't use it. paragraph number 7. Paragraph number 7. In the event that the victim in the above case is a child, the victim.
En el evento de que la víctima sea un menor, la víctima, estoy hablando del párrafo número 7 de la orden de alejamiento.
And if there's a case in dependency court, then the dependency court basically takes jurisdiction over this order, okay?
Y que el caso llegue a la Corte Juvenil de Dependencia, entonces la Corte de Dependencia toma
Jurisdiction.
toma potestad por encima de esta orden.
Judge, are you giving him a stay away order from the child?
No. What the paragraph 7 says, if there is a dependency proceeding.
Ok, no, si hay la abogada pregunta que se le está poniendo una orden de alejamiento para el menor. No, lo que dice el párrafo número 7 es de que en caso de haber un procedimiento de dependencia,
Juvenile court dependency takes precedence over this order. So that in order child visitation in case there is a dependency.
Sí, entonces en caso de que haya las visitas para el menor, etcétera, si hay un caso juvenil entonces ese caso toma en primer lugar, supersede el caso este.
Okay. Sir, you have a no contact order with Yaimín Ortega, Javier Naranjo, and Angelica Jara.
Señor, usted tiene una orden de alejamiento en contra de Angélica Jara, Javier Naranjo y Yasmín Ortega.
And specifically as to Jara, if you have to go and get some things from there, you can do so in 72 hours with a police officer.
Y en el caso de que tiene con Jara, si usted necesita buscar sus pertenencias, puede ir en 72 horas, que usted salga siempre acompañado con un policía.
Until a judge changes the no contact order.
Hasta que un juez no lo cambie o indique de otra forma, esto es un no contacto.
You can't call her, you cannot write to her, you cannot email her, you cannot text her.
Usted no la puede llamar, usted no puede contactarla, usted no le puede escribir mensajes por escrito o a través de correo electrónico ni mensajes de texto.
Any questions on the no contact order only, sir?
Señor, ¿usted tiene alguna pregunta solamente en la orden de no contacto?
Solo quiero decir una cosa.
No hable con su abogado, señor. I only want to say one thing.
Yo no tengo dónde más vivir. Yo convivía con ella, ahí tengo mi auto, tengo mis cosas. Yo no tengo.
I don't have any place to go. I used to live with her and I have my car, my things.
You can go get him and then you can make alternate arrangements for the time being.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry. I'm taking. You need to make arrangements to live elsewhere for the moment, and you can go and get your stuff in your car. After you leave the jail, you have 72 hours to get a cop to go with you.
Ok, señor, usted puede hacer arreglos y vivir en cualquier otro lugar. Usted puede ir en 72 horas dentro de ese límite que usted salga de aquí de la cárcel. Usted puede ir acompañado de un policía a buscar su carro y a buscar sus artículos personales.
Okay. Anything else on this case, state?
No.
Defense? All right. Next case is Ricardo Carillas. Refuse.
Refuse.
This is an added charge. When you finish, wait for Ms. Corey to finish.
Judge, Mr. Carius, we can waive his presence this time.
Public defenders appointed, waive presence, public, PC found, and the, bond is $2,500. Thank you. Jesus Ramos,
4D, Your Honor, reset for tomorrow.
break that chair. And Isaac Lumpkin,
Refuse.
reset for tomorrow. And is that all there is?
I think so. It was nice seeing you, Judge. Have a great weekend, everyone.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you, likewise.
Everyone be safe.
Everybody's well, and I'm glad to see you. Thank you. Thank you for your help.
Okay. Have a good weekend.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm planning on it. Have a good day.
Good.
Record. Yeah. Anybody, what do you want?